without further ado, let's get the game motherfucking started. Let's go. Everybody, we are live. Hi, I'm Trevor. This is Dungeon Hunters, Episode 2, Warnings of the North. I'm the Dungeon Master, and this is my party. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves? We will do plugs at the end of our first bathroom break. We just want to get right into the action. So, whoever would like to go first.
I'm Ray. I'm playing Duke Auden, and I'm ready to party.
I'm Brad. I'm playing Dex Gilry, the ranger that lived with dwarves.
I'm Michael, and I'm playing Martin.
Buddy, I'm playing Nico, and I live with Demir.
I'm Mike, and I'm playing Waltz.
Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. With that being said, let's get right into the action. So, last we left the party, they were in the small town of Midbrook, as simple guild masters and council elders of the town proper. They had started their evening with jest and joy, celebrating a good day's work. However, it was quickly turned topsy-turvy when they were attacked by the Galgilian horde and the clan Diadem. Barely escaping with their lives, they thwarted the enemy encampments that were raging through Midbrook. With Midbrook being lost and the war territories pushing further south into Harmont, they had no choice but to plan to leave. Given a letter that is meant for the king and urgent news from Sir Eghorn and his wife, you have been given this task to reach Harmont and deliver this letter. And that is where we had left off, with all of you getting your things, finding your gear that you have since locked away or hidden away, bringing it to the forefront of who you are as people in the world of Phaedron, and seeing where you will take yourselves next. Let us begin without further ado. Our viewpoint looms over embers. And as it does, we see slight smoldering of ash blowing through the breeze. And our viewpoint looms towards the Ember Gauntlet, where we see our party beginning to mount up to ride for Harmont Capital. If you guys want to take it away.
Halo.
Yeah.
Are you sure you have enough? How's the supplies going for the town?
I'm gonna be honest, Dex. We're low, but I'm gonna make do. I'm gonna go hunt some rabbits if I can, but I don't want to stray too far from Midbrook. I mean, look around, man. I don't want to go out there.
I understand. You need to protect everybody, though. You need to get more meat to make sure everybody's fed. It's what we do.
Give me a
I'd like
persuasion
to-
check. Yeah, oh, go ahead, Nico.
As he does that, and this will
Yeah.
be aiding in that, I'd like to ride over to them. Where I come from, we have a saying that in times of great stress, sometimes patience is the most detrimental thing. Which sounds counterintuitive to how I feel we've always been taught. But we've just suffered a grave attack, and if we wait, you leave yourself open to not just another enemy, but to the cold, to starvation, exhaustion. You need to be a leader for the town of Midbrook.
Yes.
You can do it.
All right. Yeah. I'll get going and I'll stick to the creek. And you
And
see Go ahead.
sorry. Pretty much, I was just gonna say, as Nico finishes that up, I'm just gonna put my hand on his shoulder and just nod and like, good job.
He just kind of nods and puts his longbow over his shoulder. And yes, our first roll was a D20 crit 20. Good job. Yeah, great.
No, it wasn't. It was a 2.
Oh, was it? I didn't see
Yeah,
it. It looked like a
no.
20 to me.
It did where it landed on the camera. I pulled it back and it was a 2.
Oh, well then roll it at advantage as they're all helping.
Yeah. That's a 14 now. A 12 plus
14.
2. So.
Yeah, he
Yeah, it was a 2 first.
not with as much enthusiasm, but he goes, "You're fucking all right, man.
Lay some fishing line if you have to.
It's actually a pretty good idea. All right, I'll get to it." And you see he just gets onto his horse, mounts. Come on, girl. Tap! And begins heading northeast.
I'd like to pull myself back to Demir on my pony. We both know if they're attacked again, they're not going to survive. They were lucky to even pull through the last time.
Yes, I believe you're all correct. It's one of those things where it's we need to be the ones to get this to the king. And I know that he is your dear friend, and I've suffered many losses in my life. But you can't keep your head in that mindset right now. It needs to be on us moving forward.
It just weighs so heavy.
And it will. It will.
For them, then.
We need to make it there for them. Are you ready for this?
I don't really feel like I have a choice.
You do. You could run right now. Leave all of this. Try and find some peace. Or you could take courage. And knowing the dangers that are ahead.
I'd like to stick my arm out and grab Demir by the forearm. I know where your path leads you. And I know you would never run again. And if you're not running, then there's no other place that I will be than by your side.
Harmont, then.
To Harmont. I want to kind of pull my cloak up and tighten it and look around and see where the rest of the party is, and hopefully we're circling up and getting ready to move out.
You see everybody's kind of getting together. Martin, what are you doing?
Packing my saddlebag, making sure that I have my flask, and I just doing the phone, wallet, keys feels,
Phone, wallet, keys. Got my phone, wallet, keys. Yeah, you do so. You see everything's kind of in order.
I'd like to metagame. We don't know what that is. I'm just kidding.
It's been a good session. We will see you all next. You
Jesus.
see, as you're looking around, Benjamin is not there. You see Audrey just kind of opens the door, and he goes, "Nico, a word."
I'd like to kind of trot over to Audrey.
Something waiting for you in the gauntlet. The work that you and Benjamin did last night has made enough rations for us to get at least to Duncaster. But other than that, we will need help there. Hopefully the Duke will be gracious and take us in. However, Benjamin left this morning.
Left? But he was so... Where did he go?
He left a letter for you. This music is not vibing with me.
It's making it very intense. I'm afraid,
Yeah, I'm afraid something's gonna jump out at us.
I'm like got my D20 after I made the
was that
stupid
the
metagaming joke. It's like, hey buddy, I'm gonna
music?
need you to make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Was that the fucking music? I thought my neighbors were doing some weird bullshit. I was like, what the fuck are they doing?
Oh man.
So, Nico, do you go in?
I follow, and I look around, and I want it to be very noticeable that I am very discomforted and put off in this situation. This seems very unlike Benjamin. Do you mind if I ask where he went?
He did not say. But, like I said, he left you a letter. As well as something you will need on your adventure.
I'd like to. All right then. Maybe the leather will have some answers.
You walk in and you see the bread and rations that you had prepped the night previously after everything had happened, all neatly packed into rations to give to the people, all stacked in the Ember Gauntlet proper. You see that there is on top of it the letter with the wax seal of King Agarwain, and another letter.
I would take both.
Okay.
And I'd like to pocket the letter from King Agarwain, knowing that to open that seal is to invite death, and that's not really on my
On the
list.
docket for today.
Yeah, you know, I just survived a battle. I'm good. But then I'd like to slide my dagger out, and I'd like to cut the seal of the letter from Benjamin.
You do so. You open it. Nico, I have business to attend to before I can meet you in Harmont proper. I will do my best to meet you along the road. But there is somebody I care about deeply, and I must reach out to them and make sure they are safe and on their way to Harmont. I'm sorry I had to leave without telling any of you, but some of us have things close to the chest. Please understand that I will meet you. Just give me time. Do not wait. I will find you. If I do not find you by Duncaster, I will find you in Harmont Capital. Give this to Demir. He knows to hold it. He is a man of Harmont.
I'm to assume that the give this to Demir. He's referring to the letter.
Yes. Urya, 19 will count for you. I have 1 point of disadvantage.
I'd like to make eye contact with Audrey. Like looking up from the letter. I want to pocket it, shove it in my chest, wrap my coat around me, and immediately just beeline it back to my pony. We ride for Duncaster. Benjamin will meet us on the road.
Right.
And as the party starts to move forward, I want to grab Demir by the shoulders and I want to slip the letter for King Irowain into his sleeve.
You feel it. You know what it is.
And I just want to make like eye contact. Make sure this delivery of bread makes it into the proper belly. Benjamin said you would know when to deliver it. And then we
See that it's done.
we roll out.
And Waltz, you were there. What are you doing?
At this point, I'm riding up on my phantom steed, so you just see me riding on this like almost this very ethereal-looking horse, with this mane and tail made out of what seems to be just like a hazy darkness, and it's because it's ethereal and it seems like a spectral figure. When it ends down to its feet, you can't see its hooves, and almost like its legs fade into nothing, but it's still moving forward. And I'm just there with like a small pack over my shoulder and Chauncey on the other shoulder.
Okay.
Well, I trust you all are as rested as you can be. I do have a touch of bad news for everyone here, though.
And that is?
Well, it seems that in the commotion last night, one of the items in my shop that was broken was my scrying orb, which means I'm not able to get a hold of Duke Raye, which means we are showing up unannounced and
Announced.
uninvited.
Oh, this will be lovely.
Good thing, Duke Raye is a very admirable man. I did serve as his court wizard for a very, very long time. I should be able to schmooze him over, so to say.
When was the last time you saw him?
That's what I was just gonna ask.
Oh, we keep in touch every once in a while, but it's been a decade or two.
This will be quite a reunion.
Can I ask why you're not his court wizard anymore?
Time comes where a man must retire.
But not on bad terms.
No, graciously, no. On my terms, fortunately.
That works in our favor, I think.
Duke Raye is just not a fan of surprises, so this is going to just be it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. I will handle everything. Don't worry about it.
I'll trust you.
We have to.
Is it safe to assume that as we're having this conversation, we are in motion?
You are in motion leaving the town, and you see the doctor kind of waves you down, Martin.
I'll ride up to him.
He walks up, and he slips something into your hand. And he says, "You keep it safe, right? You keep it safe. It's for you or one of your party members, if you need it." And you feel a vial in your hand. 2 vials.
Thank you.
You see one is like a clear liquid with like a mote of crystal light. The other one is red.
What are they?
One will enable you to have luck on your side, and the other will just heal wounds. It's a potion of advantage and a potion of healing, common.
So for the DM, is
Yes.
this retconning all of us receiving the potions from last session?
No.
Okay. So this
These
is
are
just in
additional.
addition? Okay. Because I had already added that to my character sheet. I just wanted to...
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I look at him and I say, "Thanks, Doc. Appreciate it. I'll see you in Harmont."
You see
We
that
appreciate... I was
Too
waiting
well.
for you.
too well,
I'll
Mark.
kind of reach down and give him a little on his shoulder, and then just start trotting.
Ilmater be with you.
Go like that. Over my shoulder.
Okay.
In a friendly way.
Okay. Hi, John. He's not gonna say anything. Let's just keep quiet. Just keep...
Oh, I rolled a 20 in chat, right?
You didn't roll a 20. I don't see it at all.
I sure as fuck did.
John Morehouse rolled a 20. 20 to
Where's it
Mikey.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, love you guys. I'm gonna go sit with my wife.
Okay. Happy anniversary, John.
Have fun playing D&D with each other. Love you guys.
Love you, John.
Love you too, dude.
I love you, John.
Happy anniversary to John.
Yeah, eat names and take ass. Something like that.
Eat names and take. Oh, God. Cameo appearance complete.
Oh,
He's
there's
going.
Benjamin.
It's like he's just going to bed.
I was gonna say, can we appreciate? By the way, for you guys that do not know, Trevor made us a cheat sheet of gods for this campaign. That is lovely. I do believe it's available to Patreon subscribers. Trevor?
I will be uploading it to Patreon tonight, yeah.
And he's already using it. And I just want to say, like, on that interaction right now, when we were talking about it, aside from the notes, the vast notes that he sent us this week, we always kind of talk about, like, us for a second. We're not plugging anything. I just want to say, like, the amount of work that Trevor's put into this fucking campaign is, like, par none the best work that he has ever done for any campaign that he has done. You guys have access to that exclamation point Patreon if you want to see it. It's worth it. Trevor's killing it. His NPCs are a step above.
Thank you, my lord. So,
My lord.
you begin adventuring properly. You guys have a moment to roleplay amongst yourselves as you are riding out.
Hicks.
And you are heading into the valley that leads into the mountain pass going into the Sordian Alps, where Duncaster is located, 2 days ride.
When I hear Demir call my name, I pull back on my reins and I ride over to him.
I just kind of catch up to you.
Okay.
How are you feeling leaving Caleb?
Because of you, he's strong again. I'll never be able to thank you enough for that.
I think you'll be good. You'll be fine.
He's
young.
I just hope I've taught him well.
You've taught him as best as you can. You can't fault yourself for not having more time.
Just so young.
But you've taught him a lot. And not just hunting, but valuable life skills.
I'm sure he'll be fine. He's capable.
Very. He made it out of that fight alive. Regardless of what I did.
But without you, he wouldn't be here. And like I said, I'll never be able to repay that debt.
How about you stay alive?
I plan on it, but while I'm here, my bow's it's yours.
My hammer's yours. And I just pat him on the shoulder and just keep riding on.
Okay.
You're muted, Trevor.
I said, okay.
Yep. I was just letting you know you were muted. I didn't know if you knew.
No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. And you guys begin to head out through the mountain pass. And as you do so, I would like a marching order of who is riding.
I can take point.
Okay. I need
Riding.
you to give me a survival check, and I need animal handling checks from everyone.
I'm riding behind Demir.
Would I need to make an animal handling check if my horse is something I conjure?
No, you would not.
So you said you need a survival check from me first?
Yes.
Okay.
Nat 20. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Survival.
Shit's cocked. God damn it.
It's a 4.
I rolled a 17, and it was animal handling. So 20. Dirty 20.
Okay.
Animal handling is 11. Survival is 4.
Okay.
We also didn't
So-
roll initiative yet.
I'm gonna go with the
That
random. Those are my
is-
colors.
True. I always forget. It's something everybody in my campaign since I've made this rule has hounded me on. I'm so sorry. Let us
you're
now
good.
roll initiative so that we can get that done.
God,
Oh, baby.
fuck it, because I want y'all to see rolling on the new D20.
I rolled an 18 for initiative, so
I also have an 18 on initiative.
Higher dex
Roll-
goes
oh.
first.
Rolled a-
I have a +4 to dex. So
Did
have
anybody
a
get
plus
higher than an
3.
18?
I got a
rolled
dirty
18
20.
dex. What's your dex?
Okay, so Martin.
17.
I have 18, so I go before you.
16.
Okay, give me a second. So, Michael. Then Dex. So,
Squid,
Martin,
dex.
Dex, Waltz, Nico, and then me.
Okay. So you have that all jotted down? We can go
Yep.
back to face cams.
Continue.
Can we say that one more time? Just because I was in the middle of writing it.
Martin,
Dex.
dex, Waltz, Nico, Demir.
Face cam.
Okay. What was that survival check?
4.
4. You begin to ride, and you're finding it a little tricky in the mud. Just these muddy roadways that you're currently traveling on. And you see up ahead, it looks like there's storm clouds. That's about all you can see. Is the tree cover is pretty thick, and these are a very tall sort of pine. So they range from about 70 to 150 feet of these trees. So these are very large covering trees as you move through the mountain pass. And you can hear birds, you can hear different animals in the distance, but you're just kind of dissociated a bit as you just begin to trot along.
Would this be considered a forest terrain?
This would be considered a forest terrain at this point, yes.
Cool. Then we cannot
I-
become lost.
Yeah,
I
but you have
also-
to be leading.
I also, as long as he's with the party, that's fine. I also find it hard to differentiate sometimes between forest terrain and a mountainous terrain because the two can like coincide with one another. So I
Yeah.
just almost double up on it.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask because that's what my natural explorer is. So
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So you see that these trees would be considered like western hemlocks, and like a way to see these trees is like a tall pyramidal tree with purplish or reddish brown bark, like slender horizontal or drooping branches, and short blunt leaves that grow from like woody, like cushion-like structures on the twigs, and they have these pine cones on them. To each pine cone would be 2 seeds. So when it falls, the scales of these pine cones stay intact, just due to the fortified structure of these trees as they fall to the bed. And some people come and gather these and use them to plant trees in forests. But these are known as western hemlocks, or also known as gargantuous trees. That's what some of the people call them that are not as educated. And you would know that, Dex, being a ranger in your favored terrain. You also know that they provide pretty good rain cover if you can get underneath a large one.
Dex, do you think that storm's going to be any trouble for us?
it could be, but we're in good terrain for this. These trees They'll give us good cover if we. I know this forest like the back of my hand. We'll be fine.
Okay. You guys begin to make the ascension. I need Constitution saving throws from everyone as you begin this journey. As a slight downpour begins.
11.
6.
16, so 14 plus 2.
17.
That is an 8 plus 1, so that it is a 9 for me.
Okay, no worries. So you guys are starting to feel a bit tired about 3 hours into your journey. At this point, you've probably gotten, I would say, with 3 hours, probably about 8 or 9 miles. Just kind of trotting along. You can pick up the pace if you would like. The pacing is up to you. It will determine the DCs of different things. You guys are on a hasty mission. Depends on what you want to do. This storm is getting a little hectic, though, as the downpour begins to happen. And my soundscapes are not really working that great, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, the birds are really happy.
Yeah, the birds are having a great time.
Face game.
Oh shit! Thank you. I'd like to ride up to Dex, if I may.
Absolutely.
Dex, and as I roll a little bit lower, my horse is kind of like a little skittish and bouncing a little bit, and I'm trying to calm them.
Yes, Nico.
This storm seems to really be picking up. I would hate to be caught out in the open. If it were to become a full-fledged storm. Do you happen to know any place where we might take shelter?
We need to just find a big tree and build a shelter around it. If that's what everybody wants to do, that's what we can do. The storm is pretty bad. We could make it through, but I think we have time. We have time to stop and rest if need.
I'm perfectly okay with taking a break.
Is there maybe a route, as this is a matter of great haste, that maybe provides more shelter, maybe along the sidescape of a wall, or...
Would I know any cliff sides around here or anything, Trevor?
Give me a nature check or a survival check, whichver one is higher for you.
Okay. We're going to go with survival.
Okay.
So that's an 11 plus 6, so 17.
17. You would know that there is kind of an underground pass through the mountain that was hollowed out by dwarven miners, and you would know that due to the fact that you have been around dwarven miners most of your life. And you would know this is called Crag Keep. It's an old abandoned mine, and it goes underneath. You know that there is a lot of almost frozen ice kept beneath this mountain by some sort of magical means. It is constantly freezing over, and so a lot of people used to go in there for the mines to harvest ice and bring it back and take it to the coast and ship it off.
I kind of almost like it's like a light bulb goes off almost. I remember, I just say under my breath, Crag Keep. There's a mine system that me and my old group have been into before, and it's not too far from here. That'll give us good cover.
Does it go towards Duncaster?
It would.
Yeah, it's actually right on the way.
Oh. I say we do that.
You would also
I agree.
know that it is dark, and there is possibility for danger. You don't know what could be in the mines. However, it beats being beaten on by rain.
I take the lead and start leading everybody because I have 60. Is it dark right now while we're riding?
No, but it would be dark if you went through the mountains.
Okay. I was gonna say because I have dark vision, but if it's not dark right now, so. But I start leading the way towards Crag Keep and follow me.
Okay, you guys have a moment to roleplay as it takes you probably approximately about an hour to find an entrance into this mine. A mine that you have taken Caleb through and just kind of honed his skills of kind of navigating caverns. And because it's a mine, you're not going in down through like these shafts, you're going through the main mine roads. So you would be able to walk the horses through. It might be a little bit of a tight squeeze for you to be on the horses, but it is definitely possible for you to take the horses underneath.
So we find an entrance then, or
You do. So you find this old entrance. There are these large wooden pillars that have kind of pushed against the mountainside. You see that there's a large dome that is kind of hollowed out over, kind of reaching into the tree line. And you see that it looks like this is a place where people would come, bring wagons, and load the ice, and then move them to different locations. And you look in, give me a perception check. And I want Martin to give me a perception check as well, as you are just off the main road.
oh fuck, not one.
Okay. It is
Dirty 20.
dirty 20. Also, you are peering in. Do you have dark vision?
Me?
Me?
Demir. Not Demir. Dex.
X.
Yes, I have 60 feet of dark vision.
Give it to me at advantage, as you can see through the darkness.
Okay. That's much better. That was a 17 plus 6, so yeah, 23.
The way looks clear, as you can see it, for your range. Nothing seems to be standing out. You're not seeing any, like, animal droppings, any scat, anything like that that would mark it as somebody's home. You don't see any etchings on the rocks, any claw marks, nothing that's standing out to you. And Martin, you said you got a dirty 20? You
Yeah.
can hear... Face cam, please, Brad.
Oh, sorry.
As you see a cart, and then you hear more hooves coming from a split in the road, heading in the area of Duncaster. You see 3 wagons, and they look shredded. And as you see them, the horses are trotting along. You see a man holding the reins. Arrow here, and an arrow into the neck. And he looks like he's been dead for a while.
Okay.
The blood is dried, and you can see that he's soaked in rain. And you just see torn wagons.
Are the
Thank
arrows
you for the
are the arrows kind of recognizable as the Galgalian hordes?
With
From
that,
whatever
I would
distance
say
I'm at?
where you could see, these do look like black arrows.
Okay. I'm going to go up to whoever's closest to me. Whoever was in the back, I guess. So probably Waltz, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go up to Waltz and I'm gonna say, "Look." I'm gonna point at the cart and say, "The man's been dead for a while, but that doesn't mean that they're far away."
And Waltz, I would like you to give me a perception check at advantage as you look at them.
Uh, 13.
This is a war caravan cart that would take supplies from Harmont proper all the way up to the front lines. And you see that these horses are Duncaster horses, and they are trained to return. So they are marching along the pass.
Those are the Duke's horses. Carrying supplies to the war front.
So we're gonna show up unannounced, and there's gonna be bad news there.
More than likely. The good thing is Duncaster can handle themselves. But ill tidings, for sure. I don't like what we're going into. I assume I'm going to have a very long, painful discussion with the Duke when we get there.
Well, we're there to bear it with you. I know you have to do all the talking, but obviously we're quite literally going through the trenches together, so.
Yes, I love going through a old, smelly, frozen-over mine to have to go back to the bureaucratic talking that I did when I was not retired. This is a
You got
wonderful
Chauncey on
memory.
your shoulder, man. That's good.
That does not make that makes this so much worse.
As I say that, I go and give Chauncey a little knuckle bump.
You see Chauncey knuckle bumps you and then goes, I must say, I am fond of Duke Raye. He is very splendid and witty. I do like it.
You weren't saying that when he tried to put you in the stew.
Well, if I had to hold a grudge upon everyone who put me into a stew, none of us would be friends now, would we?
I've never done that.
Not yet.
Martin, that's why you're my best friend.
Only.
You're my friend, Zoo Chauncey.
You see, he goes, I quite like the rain. I would have preferred we stayed in it.
Would you like me to leave you out here?
No, I think I'll go in the mines. Then he crawls back into the bag.
As I'm looking in, I don't notice anything, but still not. I haven't been here in a while. I tell everybody ready a weapon. We don't know what could be in here. I can only see so far ahead.
I'm ready a torch.
Do you get into the cavern and light it? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I
You
just
do
draw. I draw a short sword as I'm walking my horse with my other hand.
Okay. You guys enter in to this cavern. And as you do, you see these carved halls are massive. With the torch lit, you can only see what's in front of you coming slightly. Dex and whoever has dark vision, you can see slightly further ahead. These large walls carved with dwarvic runes. Does anybody speak Dwarvish?
I do.
Yes, I was like, I really hope Dex.
Okay.
No, I definitely do.
Okay.
As we're walking through, I just want to say, I'm just like, it's good to be back.
You see wondrous carvings that have ice frozen over it, of gears, pulleys, and massive cogs. Basically, these large carvings made by dwarves to inspiration divine, or as you guys would know, Gond, the god of craft. And you see these large gears all working and moving together. And you see underneath this ice, on both sides of you, right and left, there are small waterways that seem to be pulling water and moving water as you see ice is being carved away from these, like, dwarven carvings and these murals automatically just based on the movement of water and these different pulley systems that they have. You see these large scythes are just kind of carving the ice. You guys continue inside. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys walk for a bit, and it is a large open space that you come to after about, I would say, 45 minutes of walking in with your horses. It feels cold in here, very chilly, but there is a warm breeze that is coming from ahead, and it wafts over you. It's comforting. You look ahead and you can see a bright light in the distance in a bend around this cavern. To the left-hand side, you see a large brazier of fire, and it is orange flame, and it is always burning. You see that there's no ice around it. And you see in Dwarvish, Dex, it says, "Welcome, Safe Haven."
We're safe. This is exactly what we needed to find. The dwarves make small sanctuaries inside these caverns, and
Do you know the way
Places,
through?
places to rest. You mean?
Oh yeah, we live down here for months at a time.
Yeah.
There's got to be somewhere comfortable, and it's
Gotta
just
find that.
sometimes they're a little harder to find. But I know my way through this mine. Me and Ron and the boys have been through here before, and I've taken Caleb through here. But this is what we needed to find.
Knowing that Dex is feeling increasingly comfortable in the mine, I would like to, obviously feeling ill at ease underground. I'd like to look around just a little bit more. Do I notice anything off?
Give me a perception check.
That is a 17. So with my bonus plus 5, that's going to be a 22 of perception.
Okay. Perfect. You walk into this safe haven, and you see it's like almost like a little alcove that is carved into the side of this pass. It's a small room, maybe 30 feet from end to end, and you see that there are bunks kind of layered into the wall, and small little like carvings into the wall that look like almost step ladders for people to slide into these bunks. You see the beds are messy, and the sheets are cold. And you see a book on one of them.
I walk up and grab the book.
You do not see this.
Oh, I don't. Okay.
No, Nico sees this.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And I would like to, as I step away from my party, I'd like my eyes to kind of adjust.
Okay.
As I scan the room and I see this book, and I work closer. Is there any like etchings or markings on this book?
It seems to be dwarvish.
Dwarvish. I don't speak Dwarvish. I'd like to pick the book up and dust it off. And kind of just thumb through it a little bit and continue scanning the room. Do I feel safe and secure enough to call out, or am I still?
You feel safe and secure. You just find this book.
I find this book. Dex, what is this book here?
I get from him, and what do I see on the cover?
You see that this looks like a simple miner's diary. As you open up the pages, you see it is signed Bairn, Baern, Cold Steel.
How do I spell his first name again? I'm sorry.
Bairn, Baern.
Okay. Cold Steel.
And you see the last entry is 163 PD. November the 10th. You see, he says, "We came upon this mine. It's not what we're used to in Gold Spark, but it'll do. The days are cold. The mines are lonely. Only 10 of us. Small job, but never been one for ice trading. I miss my home. Miss a good Gold Spark ale. Mighty stout. I can taste it. Like roasted coffee beans. I miss it a lot. I miss Helga. I wonder what she's doing now. I wonder if I were to leave these mines, if we'd be looking up at the same sun. Perhaps the moon. Perhaps the Moon Maiden is looking out for the both of us. Hopefully this job won't last much longer. It's cold. But tomorrow, we head deeper into the mine. We'll come back to this safe haven, so I might as well leave this book behind. I'll come back for it. Signed, Baron Cold Steel.
And then a question for the DM. This is like, we are February-ish.
It is December the 20th, 164 PD.
Okay, so it's been about a year and a month.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Dex, you are the only one that reads this.
I close the book and I look around and the party that was here, there were 10 of them. They went deeper a year and a half ago, roughly, and never came back.
That's what that book says?
It's a journal from Baron Cold Steel.
Are you friends with him?
I've heard of him. I don't know him.
Okay.
He's in the guild, but I don't think we should go any deeper. If it's been that long, they're lost.
But you know the way through.
Yes, but we're at the safe haven.
You
So
would
are we
understand that they went deeper into the mines where you are following the roads.
Yeah,
You're not looking to go deeper down into the mines. You are looking to go...
yeah. We found that. But yeah, so we're as deep as we need to go in here.
All right, so we're staying here, waiting for the storm to pass, then continuing.
Yes.
Okay.
The mine leads nowhere. It just leads deeper and deeper into the mountain.
There's no other exits and entrances or anything?
Not that not that I know of. This is a deep mine, and most of it's frozen.
Question. So, for the DM, I was mistaken in knowing that this wasn't a pass through. This was just a place to wait out the storm.
No. There is a road that leads through. That's what he's saying. You don't have to go deeper down into the mine. You can follow this road out through the other side of the pass.
Essentially,
These
it's like
people
the first
went
floor of the
deeper
mine.
down.
Mm-hmm.
Think Moria, instead of just staying on the path, they went down and awoke the Balrog of Moria, the Flame of Udun, Morgoth's servant.
We're safe here. We wait the storm out. We move on. They're lost. Whatever's down there.
I will remind you, you don't know for sure if they're lost. You just know he did not come back for his journey.
No, I know they're not for sure lost. I'm just assuming. If it's been that long, he said he'd return for his journal. He said he'd come back for the book. Everything's disheveled. Clearly, they never came back from their journey, and I don't want to know what's down there. Things I've seen down in these mines, none of us want to know what's down there. Plus, most of it's frozen.
Well, do you want to get a fire started then?
Sure. And I look over and I cast cantrip, create bonfire in like the fireplace.
It just immediately, you see wood, just kind of loose wood from around, just kind of compiles together as he waves his hand, and it begins to burn. It's immediately warm in this safe haven.
I'd like to reach over and take the book back and just thumb through it, just kind of digesting it. Like, I can't read it, but just like admiring the handwriting and like as a monk and with history and calligraphy.
Want to learn? I see him thumbing through.
I'd be interested to learn. I know some languages, but this world is, vast, and one would be a fool not to find a way to, communicate and and commune with their fellow, journeyers on this great adventure of life.
Keep the book. I'll teach you. Whenever we finally run into my old group, you can blow their minds by just saying hi in Dwarvish.
I would like that.
Yeah, it's just a journal, so it's probably got some crazy stories in there, I can imagine. I've heard of Baron Coldsteel. He was a crazy guy.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Dex.
Yeah, of course. I like teaching. Well, that's all I've been doing for the past 5 years.
Well, if you lads would like, I can take first watch if you want to get some shut-eye.
I'll take first watch. Don't worry, I can meditate.
I'll be happy to watch alongside either of you. I don't need to sleep like the rest of you all.
Oh,
I
sorry,
also-
You both are elves, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
All this talk about Dwarvish, it's so hard to remember that sometimes Dex is a half-elf himself.
No, I'm a wood elf.
A wood
He's
elf
full.
himself.
Yeah, I'm full elf. Yeah.
Then
I'm full-blooded, baby.
Full elf, bro.
in Elvish, I say, then I'm gonna go to sleep, and I go and find a bed.
But I know he spoke Elvish.
Do you speak Elvish?
Yeah, I speak Elvish.
No, Dex,
He's-
do you speak
Oh.
Elvish?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you would understand.
He's
him
an
clear as day.
No,
elf.
but did I ever heard him speak it beforehand? Is what I'm saying. Okay, that's what. I'm just.
No.
You've never let that be known, right?
No.
I'm
gonna go to sleep in Elvish.
I look at you and in Elvish I say, good night.
What is going on
Oh god.
in Elvish? I say that in Elvish. What the fuck is going on?
I just know how to speak it. In Elvish.
Yeah, and then I go, Nico, there's a lot I still have yet to tell you. I also know how to speak Elvish, so they're very concerned. That's what this is. Pretty
Wanna
much just
hear-
translating it to him,
What?
since he's the only one.
I look up from the book. Oh yeah, of course. I'm familiar with the dialects of Elvish. Though I don't speak it, I do understand the tones.
You know how
Well,
to
I
get
also
to the
speak
bathroom
giant,
and-
so I bet none of y'all can speak to giants.
I was taught to Bissell in the monastery.
That concerns me.
Hold on,
that-
Shirley.
Yeah,
Are we
so
bragging about languages now? I speak Celestial.
Oh my god.
You talk to gods.
We
So
get it.
cool.
Of course you do.
Chauncey, there's no wonder why you are the way that you are, and I just climb up onto a bunk and just do
At
this
least
with my
my
cloak.
Elvish doesn't need any work. And I wanted to like echo through the sound of this cave, the unmistakable sound of a wine bottle uncorking.
You do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you sitting,
I don't like that.
Yeah, I
Are
don't
you
like
sit-
that at all, dude.
are you sitting by the fire drinking?
It's not loud enough to echo. It's just loud enough for them to hear it. So eat shit, Trevor.
okay, sounds good.
Are you sitting by the fire just drinking wine?
I'll take second watch though.
I start pulling out rations for people too, and just setting them up on the table and stuff.
Yeah, I'm just sitting. I'm sitting by the fire. I pull out like a small like wooden cup from my pack. I kind of stare at it, and the wine bottle, and with the cup in one hand, I just go, and just start drinking out of the bottle.
Perfect. You see,
I-
Chauncey
oh,
just
sorry.
kind of goes, I think I will also get some shut-eye.
Oh yes, please get some rest. We wouldn't want you to miss your watch shift.
All
We also
right, well,
and as
bit
I'm like
condescending.
laying like this, and I'm like, we also don't need him crabby.
and he goes,
I'd like to
all right, I've had enough.
I'd like to pull out my prayer book and some incense and light it, and I'd like to just center myself and just like meditate and as I zone off.
Okay. Who is taking first watch?
Me and Waltz both are.
I'm gonna
Martin, what
sit-
are you doing?
Sitting next to the fire, next to Waltz, and as he's drinking, I pull my flask out. Get
Okay. You take a sip.
I
Yeah.
hold the wine bottle over to Dex and I just give him like a look like,
Please. And I come over with. I grab the wooden cup that you threw off the ground, on the ground, and I come up and get a glass of wine from you.
I as I'm pouring it, I said, "Yes, there we go." And I just pour you a very full a cup of wine.
Ah, yes, this is exactly what I needed. Thank you, Wolves.
Necessities only, whatever explorers say, right?
Cheers.
Here's
Okay. You guys begin drinking. I would like a perception check from the three of you.
22.
17.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You guys, even though you are drinking, are vigilant about your surroundings due to what happened the previous evening. Nothing seems to catch your eye till right about the end of your watch. You're all just kind of talking, and you hear and you see a buck walks past the door of the safe haven.
Like a deer?
A buck, yes. 3-point horns. Very majestic buck. You see it begins moving. Kind of looks towards you. You see its back left leg is moving slightly odd as you see there's an arrow in its backside. And begins walking further down the mine. Or further down the roadway.
I want to pull my bow out and take a shot at it. I want to try and put it out of its... If it's already got an arrow in it, it's not going to live. So
it doesn't seem like it's in an area that is dangerous to, like, causing suffering. It's just kind of walking.
I'm just thinking even in the future, it's going to get infected. It's a wound.
Sure. Yeah, whatever you want to do. Go ahead and give me a shot.
Cool. So... That's a 16 plus 9, so 25.
Okay, roll your damage.
9 damage.
Okay. Did you roll it on the app?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I did.
No worries. And you hear... And it begins to trot down the way. As it... and takes off into the darkness.
Does this wake us up?
You all wake up. And you hear this echoes through the mine.
What did you do?
Short a deer.
I'd like to pull my...
People didn't know we were here. Go ahead.
I'd like to wake up with my dagger in my hand, like up. And like be looking around, and I'd like to just stab it into the ground and then just kind of like lean on it and see if I can hear anything as they're just like talking.
Give me a perception check.
I'm still really tired. It's an 8.
You're a bit discombobulated. Not hearing much.
Did I hit the deer in a place where it's going to bleed out, do you think? Or did...
Definitely. You hit it like right underneath its chest, moving up into like where its heart would probably be.
I stand up and just... I'm going to go get the thing. We could use the meat. I can track it. I know it's got to be dead.
You want to carry heavy pieces of meat all the way to Duncaster?
No, we'll leave whatever we need to here, but we'll cook some. We didn't bring much. I left most for the town people.
Did you hear the echo?
I heard it run down the way. I can track its blood.
Yes, so now we have to contend with whatever killed your dwarf friend in here if it heard it.
You're not... You're not wrong.
I don't think it's worth the trouble.
I've had too much wine. Just seemed fun.
Well, you guys meditate. Let me take over.
I'd like to be like getting up and like dusting myself off a little bit, trying to wake up a little bit.
Okay.
We're right. I think we should put out the fire. Walt's made a point. I mean, I know it was a year and a month ago that your dwarf friends were killed. But those bodies outside, those were far more recent.
Yeah.
That was
To be
probably
fair,
the whole.
That was the Galgilian horde.
That was
I
the
mean,
horde.
I saw the arrows.
Yeah. But
we-
how do we know that the Gargillian horde haven't taken shelter inside the mine?
Because we're in the shelter.
there's more to this mine.
They don't seem the type of.
I'm just
people
going
to
off of what
be-
I know.
To be hanging out underground.
I think I would agree with that. They seem more of the attacky kind of
Run
people.
into a village and burn it down type.
Yeah. I think we're fine. Plus, there's just a few more hours in the night, then we can get moving.
Get some rest. I'll take it from here.
I go sit by the. I go sit cross-legged next to the fire and just lean my back on a wall and start meditating.
Okay.
Before I go into my trance, I kind of tap on my pack and just lightly say, Chauncey. Oh look, stew.
Huh? What? What do you want?
You see anything out of the ordinary, wake me.
All right. And you see he
You're
crawls
also
out of the bed.
it's like I also must remind you, you are familiar. You don't need to sleep.
No, but I do like pretending. I was once a thespian crab. They called me Sebastian.
Oh yes, I remember you.
From under the sea.
Under the
Okay.
waters, yes.
Yes. From under the Lordian Ocean. He gets up and he kind of goes over. Nico, are you and Demir taking this next watch? Or are you going back to bed?
I would assume that because I was awoken in such a like startling way that I'm not going back to sleep. I'd kind of like to just kind of like get up and just gonna walk around a little bit and explore the area, not too far. Just kind of step off and have some little exploring.
I'm gonna just sit by the fire. Pull out some jerky, eat some rations, and just keep an eye out.
Okay. Nico, give me a perception check as you walk around. How far are you walking from the safe haven?
Just out and around. I can still see the glowing of the fire. From where it was at. I'm not gonna step too far away where I could remember. Just kind of like getting some fresh air, take a piss. I've never been in a dwarven tunnel before, but yeah, probably about maybe 120 feet, maybe 100 and so.
Okay. You go and begin to take a piss. Give me a perception check.
That is an 18 plus 5. That is going to be a 22.
Not a fan of the music change.
Okay. You begin peeing. You're just kind of looking around, and you see a buck a ways away. One hoof up, like it was mid-trot. It's not solid ice, but it's stuck in place. And you begin to hear you see a figure.
Explain. Just for everyone, explain my eye change. Again, they turn red, as I am now seeing in the dark.
You. Are you using your ability?
Yes, my ability.
Okay. Your eyes glow red. And you can see in black and white a hulking figure crawls out of one of these holes. Shards of ice around it. And snaps this buck's head and begins and then stops.
Do I recognize the language?
Do you speak giant?
I do not.
Then you
I do, though.
And you see it has large tusks moving outwards, long elongated arms with claws at the end, tufts of fur around the groin, up on the head at the elbows, and then ice cold skin. This is an ice troll.
I was gonna say, it
And
sounds
it-
like an ice troll.
And it looks in your direction as you finish your pee. Shake it twice.
Tazdingo.
And begins moving. You all begin to hear this, Nico, as you are 120 feet around from the safe haven.
Guys! Guys!
I wake up from my trance.
Big thing! It's...
Go
Guys!
back from your mic, please.
Oh, straight, my bad. Yeah. Guys! And I want to start kind of like putting my dick in my pants and like... It's running! I want to just take off back to the party. There's full
Okay.
sprint. It's big!
I stand up and pull my bow out.
Okay.
I jump up and draw my rapier.
Okay. Let us roll the bones.
That's you, Mike.
Right. Yep.
Fuck.
It's a 3.
Oh.
All right. It is running.
Fuck!
Bounding. Nico, as you... Oh, fuck. It is gaining on you, moving to the side, and you see it jumps up. And it is going to begin its attacks. It is going to make its first attack on you, Nico. That's going to be a miss. As it misses and claws right into the wall to the side as you're... And you begin running. It jumps at you with its second strike. And that is going to be a 16 to hit.
That's a glancing blow. My armor class is 16.
Glancing blow. Okay, so you will take half damage. So that's going to be... Oh, sorry. 9 points of slashing damage. You can half that. And then
Happy side or sad
Four.
side? 4.
4. And then that will be 2 points of cold damage. And I need a Constitution saving throw. And it is going to go for its third attack as it grips onto you, slashing in. It is going for a bite. What is your Constitution saving throw?
That's a 7.
Okay, until the end of its next turn, you will have disadvantage on your attack rolls.
Okay.
And it goes for its bite attack. That will be a 20 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, that's going to be 9 points of piercing damage and 4 points of cold damage as it bites into your shoulder as you and can feel ice freezing over the wound and then shatter. As you drop to the ground, it is no longer grappling you. It just did that to get a bite, and it is chasing you as you continue running. And we are up to the party. Right now, this troll is at, I would say at this point, Nico runs in. Nico, switch to face cam if you can. You run through, and you slide into the safe haven. Moving up against the wall, it is charging in at this moment. And it is running towards the doorway, as I assume all of you are up with Nico screaming this at all of you. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know. I would have, if you'll allow it, I would have liked to have preemptively kind of stood by the doorway waiting.
Okay.
Just kind of in a shadowed area, trying to hide. If you want me to roll a stealth for that.
I'll say that with Nico role-playing, him yelling that, no need. It has no idea you're there.
Cool. So, as soon as it crosses that doorway barrier, I want to just straight up stab straight into its side with my rapier.
Okay, give me an attack at advantage.
That is +7, and then that is dirty 20. So 18 plus 7, so I'm sure that hits. It's a 25.
Absolutely.
And then stealth attack damage, right?
Yes.
Or 18 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh.
You stab into it, and as it comes into the firelight, you see it looks like it has taken some wounds. It does not look in its full form as it's and gets stabbed with your rapier as you are right at the doorway. Nico to your left as you kind of have pulled him in, ripping your rapier out. Is that the end of your turn?
I would like to use my... I'd like to use my cunning action to hide again.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
While he's rolling that, I would like to say 10-minute warning.
10-minute warning, okay.
That's a 16 plus... Sorry, I need to get to my skills. 16 plus 10. So
And how are you
26.
hiding? Are you using spider climb to kind of do a almost backflip, but putting your hands on the wall and then moving up and running to the other side? Or how are you wanting to do it? Slide under the troll? It's up to you. Your movement is yours.
I would say stab it and then slide under it and kind of prop myself up in a corner, hand and feet to make it not look like I'm just able to stand there.
Okay. You and duck underneath its legs as it
Yeah.
makes its attack at you as you move out of its area. And obviously it does at disadvantage because you just smacked it, and that'll be a 2. So he swings like this and misses you completely, and then is looking and seeing the amount of people in the room and is just kind of...
I speak giant. What the fuck did he just say?
He says, "Why are you threatening me here? Are
I
you
immediately
food or prey?"
We're just here to stay. In giant. You can leave now, and this doesn't have to end like this.
Give me a persuasion check. At disadvantage because he is enraged.
That is it fucking... Here, I didn't have my dice cam on. My bad. Let me... I rolled a nat 20 for the first one. So, and then the next one was a 16. So
Okay,
that's an
cool.
18.
18. Okay.
Fuck, and it was a nat 20 for the first one? That's so dumb!
You see, he kind of looks at you and he goes,
Which is...
and he says,
What did he say?
hungry, must feed.
Oh, we're not. I tried to reason with him.
But he is not attacking. He's kind of perplexed that you're speaking to him in his tongue.
Why don't you tell him about that deer that you shot?
The buck. There's a deer in the mine.
Nico, you
It's
would know
yours.
what he was doing before this.
Yeah, but I don't speak giant, so I wouldn't know what they're conversating about.
That is true.
This game.
But you do. Oh yeah, he's saying it in dwarf or in giant.
Yeah, I'm
You
saying
see,
this
he
in
goes-
giant to him.
He goes, which translates to devoured. I have
Does he-
devoured.
Does he like crabs?
You see,
You're not
Saucy
feeding
goes,
Chauncey.
are you fucking kidding me?
I pull out a day's worth of my rations. Or 2 days worth of my rations.
Seeing
Nice.
him pull out the food, would I maybe make the connection?
Give me an intelligence check. Just straight D20 plus your intelligence modifier.
It is not the best intelligence because I'm stupid. Alright, so my straight intelligence is gonna be a D20, but I have a -2.
Oh, jeez.
That's an 8.
An 8. You're not sure what's happening, but you do see him pull out rations and kind of offer it.
Hold him up. You feed. Feed and leave. We don't want to kill you, troll.
And he takes the rations. And runs out of the cave.
That was something. I'm glad I read those. I'm glad the dwarves taught me that giant.
Nico,
Oh.
come here.
Base cam.
Thank you.
Nico, come here.
Like to make my way, trying to like move my arm as it has taken cold damage, so I'm sure it's not feeling the best.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds, first level.
Okay.
Oh wait, we're about to freaking. It doesn't matter. 1d8 plus 3,
That's what's
so
up.
8. So you heal 11 points.
Cool, I just healed a full health.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at Dex. I'm gonna say, that thing looked a little roughed up already. I
Yeah.
think it's safe to assume your buddies met him.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming too. He's only gonna be fed for. the
Oh,
night. We need to get out of here as soon as possible.
Sounds like a wonderful idea.
You see the horses are all just kind of like freaking out in the corner of this safe haven.
I pack up what stuff we had out, ration wise, and whatever food's left, pack it back up in my bag and throw the saddlebag on the horse and just.
We need to sleep before continuing.
We don't have all night before that troll comes back. If it has
We-
friends, we're fucked.
Right, we should have taken him out now. Why reason with a beast?
We're in his house. You don't
Yes.
understand that.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
I grew
Yes.
up in these mines.
To the troll, we are the beasts. How did you feel when beasts came and practically burned our village to cinders?
Yeah. That's different.
Is it?
Not really.
And now we're getting into the morality of beast killing and monster hunting in D&D. Welcome. That's the Dungeon Hunter's promise. And with that, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Just kill the troll. Literally, just.
All right, and we are live. We are back. And
Yeah.
take it away.
Were we doing the plug-in?
Yeah. So, welcome back. We were just on a break. So far, what you have missed in this episode is they left Midbrook, and the adventuring party went into the Sordian Alps. It was a heavy rainfall that was coming down on them, and so they took refuge into an old dwarven mine known as Crag Keep Mine. It goes through the Sordian Alps and comes out the other side closer to Duncaster, which is where they are trying to head for shelter to appeal to the Duke of Duncaster. They went in. There was a buck that they saw come through the mine that was injured. It was then dispatched by an ice troll, which Nico had seen while peeing. And then it tore itself from the deer and bounded towards Nico, attacking him. However, the quickness of Dex and Martin dispatching of this ice troll via conversation in Giant ended up them not having combat. And now that we are back, we are going to plug. So I don't have anything to plug except for the fact that I'm hard at work at Banish Blade. It will not be released by Halloween. I'm just not ready for it yet. I've got a lot of stuff that I really want to nail down, as well as videos and stuff like that. For streaming, you can find me on twitch.tv/DeathXCleric. I'm barely ever there, but find me here because I'm making videos and getting ready. And find us on Patreon. You can do !Patreon to support us in whatever way that you would like to. But we love you just being here. If you click a like on that video, leave a comment on this video if you're watching, it always helps our engagement, and that's fucking fantastic. That's all I have to plug. Who would like to go next?
Well Fed Podcast. Check it out. We're on Spotify. We're on iTunes. We're on YouTube. Working on some cool stuff. Season 2 is starting soon. And I might be making some music soon. So when that when more of that comes out, I'll have more info on that. But yeah, trying to start a band. So.
Hell yeah.
Oh, and Trauma Bonding Podcast. Check out my wife's badass podcast.
It's in the comments in the live stream right now.
Really good. Fandalorian Podcast. It is a podcast that is my brainchild, along with the illustrious Austin, who is a fellow dungeon hunter. He's fucking amazing. And our podcast is actually super good, in my opinion. A lot of people enjoy it. Join our Discord, watch movies with us, talk about comics. It's great. I also stream here on YouTube under Budford Gaming. Come hang out and watch me rage over video games. I enjoy that. I love you guys. It'll all be in the comments. But Fandalorian, that's the one. That's my favorite thing. So do that.
I'm not doing shit. If you need your bugs or gophers killed in the San Diego area, hit me up.
Let me kill your bugs and gophers.
Love it.
So, for me, if you'd like, you can follow me at twitch.tv/xskultula. I stream Final Fantasy XIV because I'm a virgin. But
Never seen a pussy before?
Dude, I am a pussy, okay? You are what you eat!
Oh
fucking...
my god.
Oh my god. Are you still doing Mana Bomb?
Yeah, so we're taking a little bit of a break from that because finding shirts for anything is a pain in my fucking ass right now. So I'm not going to do a new drop until I've shipped all the other ones out because I feel like I'm a dickhead if I do that. But most important thing for me to plug, everybody in the world owes me money for a soda tomorrow because tomorrow's Edge Day. So I would like to get caffeinated out of my fucking ass. So
Let's go. I will be sending Mike $5.
yeah,
You
dude,
enough.
I'm gonna get fucking juiced.
I'm gonna send you enough money for 1 can of Faygo.
Yo, straight up. Nah, dude. If you send me money for a fucking Faygo, I will buy one from the 7-Eleven by my house and I will drink it for you.
Then yeah.
You a nickel.
I thought there was going to be something more climactic than that, and he's like, if you do that, I will buy and I'll drink it. And I was
Yeah,
like,
dude.
okay.
What'd you think this was gonna be, dude? What'd you think?
So
this was gonna be?
serious question: does your 7-Eleven still have YooHoo?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not looking
Mine
at
hasn't.
when I go to
You should be. Mine hasn't gotten a shipment in 2
You
weeks.
should be.
Okay,
I'm losing my mind.
Here's the thing. I need to understand how Brad is existing as a human being because he knows the shipment delivery patterns
You know
of
what?
YooHoo. This man
Shout
is
out YooHoo.
unhinged, dude.
Yo, YooHoo's
You ever
not
had-
chocolate milk either. That's just
It's chocolate water.
It's chocolate
So-
water, dude.
Thank you
I'm
so
lactose
much.
intolerant, my friend.
Thank you so much to our sponsor, YooHoo Chocolate Water.
No,
for
no,
all of us
fuck
that don't suck
Drink
at
it.
the teeth
Chocolate
of cows.
drink.
The only chocolate flavored beverage that gets any fucking traction around here is the Nesquik powder.
favored.
Hey, that
That's it.
shit's okay, but YooHoo.
You who the fuck cares?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
Buy me
Okay.
a fucking Faygo first and then kill me. Let's go.
And
I'm
that's
trying
a
to
man I
whoop
can
whoop
respect.
straight edge day, baby. Let's go.
Fuck straight edge day. Y'all didn't even wish me happy birthday, so except for Trevor. I love you, BB.
I did.
I told you happy birthday. I'm taking it back. Happy unbirthday, you bitch.
Hatchets up.
Also, except for Trevor.
And then the end of that, hatchets up.
Shit, the text didn't
Whoop,
send.
whoop.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Shit, the
I didn't
text didn't
forget.
send. I'm gonna send it right now. Buddy's phone just blowing up with all of us. Happy birthday for the next week.
Listen, it's my birthday month, so I'm gonna be
Okay.
that guy.
So,
I gotta go, guys. Sorry.
on that note, are we all ready to hop back in?
Yeah.
So,
Let's take a breath. 1, 2, 3. And let us begin back where we left off.
I think it was Demir yelling.
it was.
Yeah. I don't. Hold on. I'm.
You need to get fake mad again.
Yeah.
He's gonna get big mad.
You're just gonna let Nico get hurt. Is that it?
What do you
He's-
mean?
I.
It's gone.
He hurt him
Demir.
before the troll. He will leave us alone until
Until
he's
when-
hungry. Until he's hungry again. So we need. If you need to sleep,
If he ate
sleep.
a fucking deer,
How about
and then
this?
it wanted
How about
seconds.
wait, Demir.
Demir.
Hold on. How about this? I pull out every ration in my pack and I leave it at the doorway. And I go, he'll come back, find that, recognize it as food, since Dex already gave him some, and then he'll out of here.
Right, not to smile right now.
Yeah.
I feel like, you're making this point that I got attacked. But no one's actually listening to what I have to say.
You haven't said much though.
I was trying. I feel
Huh.
like it was startled. Like you said, Dex, this is its home.
Yeah.
We're strangers here. It was just trying to feed, and it probably thought we were trying to steal its food. I mean, for all we know, the last party that came through here attacked it first.
It did look roughed up.
I think, given the fact that it didn't engage with us further after we had the conversation with it, I would be willing to assume that it's okay. And I didn't die, and Demir, you were able to stop what little damage I took. And if it does return, we'll simply slay it. I'm not afraid. But you're right, we need to rest, and I think we'll be fine.
Everyone who needs to sleep, go to sleep. I will take watch. I'm the only one that can speak to it.
Fine.
Yeah. I'll stay up with you.
You stay up. I'm going to fucking sleep.
Please.
Oh, the elves take watch once again.
Back at it again, bud. You got any more wine?
Yes, after that, I think I need a little bit.
I'd like to intercept whatever wine they're passing off, take a giant swig, and go back to sleep.
Okay. I would say with the amount that you guys have rested, You can all mark a long rest off.
Thank
We'll assume that
God.
this was at the end of both rests.
I'm gonna sit by the fire and I'm gonna read one of the anatomical books that I had in my pouch.
Okay.
At least one of the ones that didn't get burned.
Give me a investigation check. With advantage.
16.
A 16. You start reading about the anatomical structure of the rib cage and the pleural space. So you start understanding that when trauma is sudden to the chest and somebody might feel like they are suffocating, it could be failure for the lung to fully expand and release air due to the pleural space filling with blood. It's called a tension pneumothorax or hemothorax, which means blood is filling the pleural space. You understand that if you go into the fifth intercostal rib and puncture it with a small dagger, like poke really quickly, it could expend air or expel air, enabling them to get a deep breath in, and it could come in handy.
Not
And
it.
writing that really quick.
I call not it.
Oh, Trevor, were you like an EMT or something? That's very
It's almost
specific.
like I was a paramedic.
God.
That's just so specific. So I'm guessing. So have we already all awoken? We're all like getting ready to head
I
out.
would say you're awaking, and most of your watch is just kind of calming the horses down.
So, I just called Dex to like off to the side.
Walk
Dex.
with you over there. And what is it, Demeir?
I'm sorry.
Apologize.
No. Nico is dear to me.
I understand that more than you know. I mean, you know. Caleb.
And I let my anger get in front of my logic, my thinking. And it's not a good thing. So I need you to keep me in check if that happens again. I don't want my judgment to be altered due to anger. Can you do that for me?
I'll do my best to keep
Hit me if you need to.
If you ask. And just like smile, like just if that's what you really want.
I've got a strong jaw. I can take it.
And I just look at him. I'm just. There's no reason to. The trolls, they're not. They're just hungry.
I see that. I see that now. My apologies is for lashing out at you. As a friend.
I totally understand. It's an intense moment.
I just shake his hand. I want to shake his hand.
I reach out and I
I'll
shake his
shake your
hand.
hand.
I look over into the doorway. Did the troll come throughout the night and take the rest of the rations that we put out?
It did not.
I take most of them. I leave a day's worth.
You do so.
And
You give
pack
them
the
back
rest.
to me?
Yeah, just they're just in. I have all of everybody's rations just in the saddlebag on my horse. I'm carrying everybody's food.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so I pack them with everything else, and I leave a day's worth still for them. And yeah, I just walk up to my horse and shall we head on then?
Now's as good a time as any.
Okay. I need you all to give me animal handling checks at advantage as you are walking the horses through. This will be the last of the mountain pass through Crag Keep Mine.
Advantage, you said?
Natural 20, baby.
Yes.
Fuck, hold on.
No, a 19 and a 12. So I
I
rolled
decided to roll it anyway.
I rolled a 22.
Okay.
This is a natural 20.
Okay.
My dice rolled off my desk. Give me a second.
I decided to roll it anyway. I got a 14.
Okay. Yeah, yours is just there.
It's just a ghost horse, just casually chilling next to me.
18.
Okay. With that, you guys easily maneuver the horses through. And after about 3 hours, nothing seems to happen. You begin to hear wind ahead as the dripping of the ice from the top. These large, jagged icicles from the top of the ceiling dripping down upon you. Kind of begin walking. 3 hours goes by. Nothing. And then you begin to see figures frozen. You see, what is the marching order?
I'm behind Dex.
I would say I'm in front. I know
Yeah.
mine, so
I'll be taking up the rear with a torch.
Okay.
I'll be
Dex.
beside Demir.
Okay,
I'll be in front of them.
Dex. You see Dex, before the torchlight can pick it up, a dwarf, frozen, with his hands up like this, and you see a chunk missing from his side. You look over, and another dwarf. Looks like he's crawling up the rock face, frozen. You see a half-elf on the ground, rotted, but frozen in place. Lips blue, skin pulled tight. They've been here for a while. And as you keep moving forward, you all see these figures. You begin to hear from behind you.
use my primeval awareness.
Sure.
I have to expend one spell slot, so let's do that. Do I would sense that there's any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of me.
You do not pick anything up. Nico, you've heard this sound before. These are ice trolls. And you see ahead, the passage opens up and the ceiling gets bigger. And in the distance, you can see light, maybe half a mile. Just a shred of light. They are coming.
We need to run.
Is it is the cavern around us open enough to mount the horses at this point, or do we?
That.
I just, as soon as Dex says that, I step up onto the side where I can step up onto the horse, and I swing over, and I just give him a little kick.
You swing up
Yeah.
and kick.
Mount up, run, and I jump up and fucking full clip, just.
And you see one twice the size of the one that had attacked Nico, barreling through the cavern. And it is running. Skill challenge time. All right. I need one skill from each of you. This will be a one and done. The more successes that you get, the better you will do. The more failures you get, the more intense it is going to be. Danger is afoot, gentlemen.
Question.
Yes.
How far away are they from us?
Give me a perception check. This will not count as your skill check.
It's a 9 plus 5. That's a 14.
14, probably about 800 feet. barreling, and you see multiple are coming through the cavern.
In this, like, check, I will ask the DM. Would it also be? Do I notice anything in like the ceiling, like icicles?
You
or,
would
like,
see that there are
stalactites?
icicles up above. Yes.
Would it maybe be possible to try to bring them down to impede these monsters as we leave?
It's definitely possible.
Cool. As they're leaving in front of me, I'd like to cast. Like I was gonna, can I cast precipitation on these stalactites? Like a shower of sparks to try to like break the.
The shower of sparks would technically be almost like a minor image, so they wouldn't affect anything.
Wouldn't affect it?
like that.
Okay.
And you would be able to know that.
Cool. Okay, I was just asking if you would let me do that.
No, you're
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's cool. I'm just gonna run then. Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, we will start with the top of initiative and go in your initiative order.
Beautiful.
So the first thing that came to my mind was grabbing out my oil flask and tossing it behind me and yelling to somebody if they're carrying a torch to toss it down.
Okay.
What would you want me to roll for that?
For that, I would have you roll just a athletics check.
Okay.
To just toss the flask back.
Before I
And
do
I would-
that, is
I would
anybody
like to
carrying
offer-
a torch?
I would like to offer to firebolt it.
So
Okay,
you guys
sweet.
Let's do this in roleplay. As you are riding,
Okay.
you are pulling out this oil flask. You see it is bounding towards you.
As I pull it out, I say, I'm going to toss this. Someone light it up.
As soon as you say you're going to toss it, I immediately just conjure a fire, like a little small fireball in my head, and I say, "Let it rip!"
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So athletics, you said?
Fireball or firebolt?
Bolt, cantrip.
Got it.
I'm not trying to nuke the fucking place, alright?
Yes.
So that is for athletics a 12.
12. He tosses it back.
Okay, give you an attack roll for the firebolt.
Give me an attack roll for the firebolt.
It's a 12.
Okay. You see it shoots and slams into this oil flask. As it blows faster, who is at the end of the marching order? That would be Demir. Demir, you take 5 points of fire damage as it kind of hits your back as you're and you're kind of trying to pat it out.
So, just so you know, as a DM, it covers a 5 foot square area. So, it's not huge. And then any creature that passes through it takes immediate 5 fire damage, and it burns for 2 full rounds.
Okay. You see it impedes it for a moment as it and is running. But you see it did slow it down a bit as it is gaining. We're on to the next skill.
Could I use a survival check to see if there's any like grouping of like boulders or rocks or anything? And would you allow me to use my planar attack, the one that does force damage?
Absolutely I would.
Okay,
Give me that
so
survival check.
okay. Okay, come on. It's a fucking 11.
Okay. You hit it and it blows and you see the roof itself, the ceiling is starting to become unstable. The whole left side begins to collapse. I need dexterity saving throws from everybody.
Shit.
Fuck.
21.
Natural 20. That's my third one today.
That's your third
Let's
one
go,
today,
baby.
dude.
Dude, 24. Let's go. 17 plus
Oh, shit.
7. No, 25. No, 24. 24. I don't
That's a
know.
3.
Is that a nat 1?
That's
Ray?
an 8. No, that's a 7.
Okay.
Dexterity. So that's a 10 for me because of 3 plus 7 for dexterity saves.
Okay. Who was the lowest roll?
8.
Okay. As it comes down, you see this large boulder knocks you off your horse. As you fall, you have a natural 20. So
Can I give him my point of inspiration?
Oh wait, I have a point of inspiration.
Oh
He
shit!
does.
You have
Yeah,
one.
So
Granger
your
gave
point
it
of
to me.
inspiration, you add a d6 to the roll and add it. If you roll a 6, it will explode and you can use it until you don't roll a 6 anymore.
Oh shit.
Exploding dice will only work on inspiration dice.
Okay,
so that's 6 to your roll. Keep it going.
So that was 8 to
So
6.
14.
Yeah.
18.
So 18.
Okay. You see
Yeah.
this boulder coming through, and as you do, you move your horse out of the way as your horse grinds you up against the right side
Thank
of the
you,
wall.
Ranger.
As it falls and hits to the side, you see this troll is running, and this boulder slams onto its head as it's and reaches for Demir as the hand goes right by him as it slams into the right side. You guys continue going. I need the next skill challenge, please.
All right, I would like to use Arcana to beef the fuck out of this spell that I would like to cast.
Okay.
I look at Demir and I say, "Okay, Demir, we're going to try this your way. And if this Arcana check passes, I would like to cast a 3rd level Scorching Ray on these trolls."
Okay. Give me an Arcana check. DC.
30-20, baby.
Okay. There we go. DC was going to be 15. You launch this Scorching Ray. It's an automatic hit. I would like you to roll your damage. As you
It's an automatic hit for all of the rays?
all of the rays since you passed your check.
Oh fuck, that is 4 rays at 2d6. Okay.
Roll it.
I'm gonna roll all these and then just add them up for you.
Sounds good.
$32 points of fire damage altogether.
32 points of fire damage. You tell me how you cast this Scorching Ray.
So, I turn my rapier upside down to form it in this staff, and like I'm reaching for my pack, so I can't quite. With the horse moving, I can't quite get a hold of that gem that I normally use to cast my spell. So I just go, Chauncey.
You see Chauncey kind of pulls out in his claw this gem and tosses it up, and you see you are riding with the horse. Let go of the reins with one hand, grab this gem, and turn back.
I have fixed the gem to the top of the rapier, and I press the I mark 4 dots around it, and out of each of these, a Scorching Ray fires out towards these trolls.
You see this cavern lights up as this ice troll is lit ablaze as it is still running, but it looks very badly hurt. That is a success. Who's next?
Nico.
I'd like to use perception on this check, and if the perception passes, I'd like to throw a dart at this fucked up troll.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Alright, this one's going to Dice Joe, because it has not been doing too well. We're not going to roll that one tonight.
New one?
Fucking another natural 20 is my second one.
Let's go, baby.
Right there. So,
Yeah.
not the 8, but the 20.
I saw
Alright, okay, I'm just make sure.
Okay. With a natural 20, I want you to tell me how you put this troll on its ass with this dart as it is fumbling about and you see its eye looks directly at you as you are moving back. Reach and grab this dart. Tell me what happens.
I'd like
Face
to
cam.
I'd like to just pull the dart like from my robe, and I just like to look back and just throw it behind me. Years of practice throwing these little darts and kunai comes naturally to me, and I just send it flying, and I'm aiming for right underneath its like armpit, trying to pierce into its heart.
Okay.
That's where I aim for it and just go for it.
You take it and you ride this horse and you And as you throw it, almost looking for a split second, and then grabbing the reins, you all hear. And Martin, you begin to hear this troll gasping for air as it launches itself right into its fifth intercostal space. As it and hits into the ground, and you see it is struggling to breathe as you look back, knowing exactly what is happening. It's got a hemothorax. As you begin riding,
Baby.
as it and chokes on its own blood, you arrive at the light, and we are out.
Oh, I didn't even have to do a skill challenge. Sick.
Too many natural 20s. Is it?
I'm okay with it.
Hits. Okay.
Yeah, natural 20s and a over 30 damage worth of Scorching Ray.
Hell yeah, baby.
So you guys. Actually, this doesn't make me feel good. You guys ride
This does
out.
not spark joy.
No. You guys all kind of look at one another as you see this troll is blocking the entire exit or entrance if you're coming from the south. This entire mine. As you all kind of look back and look at one another. Take it away.
Well, that was fucked.
Yeah,
Do
that
I
was
s-
something.
I'm
I
fucking
see-
glad you took it my way.
Do I see any boulders that I can try to collapse this?
You would see
Passageway
some
further.
loose ones, but just as the same as the entrance to the mine, there are these two wooden, almost like pillars that are embedded into the ground and into the mine itself. But it's been a long time since they have been. Yes, Martin?
Since I worked at the infirmary, do I know of any medicinal properties to any part of a troll?
Give me an investigation check. Or actually, give me a medicine check, sorry.
Okay. Scroll.
I'd like to just walk up to one of the weakest
The
looking
21.
pillars.
There's a 17. It's a 21.
It looks pretty weak. It looks like with one of your attacks, like one of your kicks, you might be able to loosen it, or one of your punches.
I'd like to just like do the practice punch, like
And you see Nico just
Shadowboxing.
begins breaking it. You got a 22?
21.
21. As this pillar begins to break, the roof is getting unstable. You run up, go up to its eye, stab in, carve out one of its eyes, carve out the other, and pull back just as it collapses on this troll. If you were to cook this and make this into an alchemical potion, it would give you resistance to ice damage for 24 hours.
Get.
Yar yeet.
Okay. So, you guys are now on the outside in the Sordian Alps. Sordian Alps proper. As you look around, and you can see these large, mountainous, vast views. You're higher than you were before. And you see in the distance, down into the valley, down this crooked path, there's a small settlement. Walt, the site looks very familiar, as you see the main road just off to your west.
Yeah, I take a look at the settlement down below and I just go, oh, thank the gods. We're almost there.
Get to do your talking soon.
Oh, yes.
And
Lovely.
I just look at you and go,
I'll take bureaucrats over trolls any day, even though I suppose there's not much of a difference.
amen to that.
Okay. You guys begin trotting down this jagged, kind of winding path.
Yep.
Perfect. You see the horses are kind of startled a bit, but you guys soothe them and begin going down. I need a perception check from whoever is in the front after about 30 minutes of you guys trotting along.
I would probably say I'd be in the front this time, since this is like my region kind of, so I'd be the one leading everyone down.
Absolutely.
It's a 21 on that perception.
21. You see ahead of you, it looks like some small, like almost shack-looking buildings to this left side. You see it's at a crossroads. You would know that this is sometimes where people come to sell some apples and the likes outside of Duncaster proper. Because you're about, I would say, 35 minutes out, but you're still surrounded by these trees. You have yet to come to the clearing in the farmlands. And you see that there are two humans. They're kind of sitting there at this shack of sorts. Almost like this side of the road market.
Okay. I would like to ride up to these two human figures that are there. Excuse me, friends.
How goes it?
Not well. Do you know if the Duke is in?
I believe so. I wouldn't have any knowledge to where he would be elsewise. We do have the harvest celebration.
Oh, is it that time of year already?
It is. Duncaster did well this year.
Oh, it's great to hear that the harvest is once again the way it should be. Been a long time since I've been home.
He says, "You seem familiar to me. I'm sorry, I'm horrible with names, but I do feel like I've seen you before. Are you from the town proper?"
It is a place I called home for a long time, not necessarily from Duncaster, but I am Waltz of the Blade Song. Once court wizard to Duke Raye.
Oh, and you see he kind of bows his head a bit, and he goes, "Pleasure."
I kind of just like smile at him.
He goes, "Hubert Longfellow, and this is my son, Connor."
Well met, you two.
So he goes, "How do you do?"
We must speak with the Duke with a matter of grave import. I would be very careful around here. There's ill tidings on the horizon.
If you say so. Connor, go ahead and pack up all of the things. And you see he goes, "Yes, father?" And you see they begin to pack up.
While they're packing up, do they have any goods for sale?
It looks like they just have produce, like apples and peaches.
Might I just take a few things?
He says, "Sure, I can give you a bundle for about 2 copper."
Perfect.
And you see he bundles a couple of apples and peaches into a bag and hands it to you.
And I go in really close and I say, "You take care of that boy." And I give him 5 gold.
You see he kind of, "Sir, there must be a mistake. This is too much."
You take care. This winter's going to be cold.
"Thank you, my lord."
Just call me Demir.
Demir.
I'd like to make my way to Connor as they're doing their thing and be like, "Hi, I'm Nico."
She goes, "Connor?"
Any interesting travelers aside from us making their way into Duncaster?
Not that I know of, not from the mines, especially, if that's where you're coming from. No, nothing like that.
Huh.
I mean, we
Thank
haven't
you.
had many visitors in the past couple of days, not that I'm aware of. She continues packing things up. Do you all continue on your way?
Yes.
Okay.
Stay safe.
She goes, you too, Demir. You too. You guys ride for a bit. And you begin your descent down even further. And as you do, trying to get this music working, and it's not, but that's fine. You guys, kind of after a long travel, begin moving down. And you see, through the looming trees, you have ridden, and finally a clearing is beginning to reveal itself. We see a large field of tall grass and a road that splits down the middle. The road ahead reveals large fields looming into the surrounding hillsides. In the distance, we can see smoke leaving the chimneys of smaller farming estates. As you travel further down the road, you are met with the smell of pastures, cattle, earth, and other livestock. The western hemlocks that surround the small valley give the scent of pine on the back notes. As you descend down into the road into this valley, you can see Duncaster proper. Multiple farmhouses and acres of harvested fields litter your view. Hard-working farmers toiling the soil, preparing for a new season ahead. It shows you a town built upon hard work and honest living. A few small dogs join you on the road, barking and howling as they weave in and out of your party underneath the legs of your horses. A farmer yells, "Come on, get back now. Leave 'em be. Apologies, my lords." And it's just then that you see the town ahead. Large banisters of green and gold displaying the symbols of Shanti, the goddess of agriculture. It seems as though the harvest was plenty and a celebration is in order. The horses' hooves trample through the muddy ground of the road as you begin to feel a slight drizzle of rain as you look up to the skies and see looming gray clouds. You see the people of Duncaster are setting up large tents to protect themselves from the rain. This celebration will happen rain or shine, and it's a sight for sore eyes. You see multiple buildings corralled together making a small general shop, a potion maker's establishment, and a small one-story tavern made of brick and wood. You see the tavern has a sign looming over its wooden deck with the words, "The Cavalier," painted in blue. The general shop has a modest sign that says, "Conrad's Commodities," and a small haberdashery with a small wooden sign that says, "The Crystal Vial." Halflings, dwarves, humans, and half-elves seem to make up the populace. Hold on. Seem to make up the populace. And not one is found without a smile. Small two-story houses line the inner workings of the town along the beat and muddy road. Straight ahead through the slop of the rain-soaked road, you see a large estate that may be home to the lord of the land. Welcome to Duncaster. You see a few people kind of looking, and you see one woman's carrying apples and looks up and sees your horses and goes, "Oh, my apologies!" And you see she just kind of moves out of the way. She goes, "Oh, adventurers coming through!" And you see everybody just kind of looks, and you see a couple of kids that are kind of playing with wooden swords. Crack, 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 crack. And you see they kind of look up, and they start waving.
Wave back.
Waltz, you are at a place you once called home.
At the front of the party, I kind of just like take in the smells mostly of like the harvest festival, like the fresh produce, the vegetables, the cider that's most likely being made by the people that live there. And
Yes.
I let out like a big sigh and just say, "Oh, I didn't think I would miss it this much."
A humble little town.
And I
What
say,
a
"Here,
whole
take
time.
this," and I toss an apple to him.
I take it and I immediately take a big bite out of it, and with my mouth full, I'm just like, "Ah, it's good to be home."
And then I toss one to everybody in the party.
You'll have them
You'll
as
find
you're
you'll find no finer fruit than Duncaster apples, friends.
Quite juicy. It's nice.
As you bite into
Shame.
them, there's a crisp crunch. And the meat of the apple itself almost seems to melt in your mouth the longer that you keep it in. You have that delicious taste of an apple, but there's almost a sweet taste to it, almost like a cotton candy would taste to somebody in our world. There's that sweet, sugary taste of the natural sugar of this apple as its juices just kind of run from your chin as you're all very impressed with the produce of Duncaster. It seems like there was a lot of love and care that were put into these harvests.
Nice.
It's a shame we
Why'd-
can't be here on better circumstances.
Why'd you leave?
The time came, an opportunity presented itself, and I'm nothing if not an opportunist. It was something that I had to pursue. Didn't quite end the way I hoped it did, but
I know if I would have landed here before Midbrook, I would have never left.
not many people leave Duncaster. It's easy to see why, but there are things that one could seek beyond its walls. Come, we should hurry. We have a large group of people coming within the next couple of days, and I don't want the Duke to be more surprised than necessary.
What's that?
Yeah.
And I start proceeding to ride towards the Duke's estate.
As you begin to ride, you hear a familiar voice. Lord Waltz! Is that you? And you see a familiar face of Watchmaster Adran. Adran.
I turn and look to where I see him, and I like almost by look of surprise, I like hop off my horse and just kind of like run over to him.
You see he pulls you into a hug. His long black hair just kind of rests on his shoulders. It doesn't go past, but it's just at his shoulders. And you see he has violet purple eyes as he looks towards you, his elven ears kind of poking through this helmet that he wears as he kind of takes it off and kind of sets it onto the ground, wrapping you up into a bigger hug. And he goes, "My God, feels like forever."
It's been longer than I would have liked it to be, definitely.
Are you here to see Sir Ulrich, or the Duke himself?
I am here to see the Duke. If Ulrich is here, I will make time to see him, but when we're not here with good news, I must say.
What troubles you, friend?
Midbrook lies in ashes.
What? No, that...
Black
that can't be.
arrows set aflame.
In Harmont.
It's only a
They've
matter of
crossed the
time before
line.
they make their way up.
And you see somebody brings over his horse and he says, "Let us make haste." And he gets onto his horse and he goes, "Shah!" And you see
I
his
immediately
horse-
hop back on my I immediately hop back up on my horse and follow him. I look at my party and say, we just like motion to
Yeah.
follow.
Up on the horse and ride.
Okay. You guys take off towards this estate. As you get there, you see there are these large iron gates. And at the front of it is the symbol of Shanti, the goddess of agriculture, or the Earth Mother. And as it comes in, you see the gates open as Watchmaster's Adran kind of moves his hand this way, and you see a couple of the guard move it open. You see on the other side of the estate to the right, there are large tents that you have not seen before, Waltz. And you see the flag banisters of Harmont, legions of soldiers that are staying. And you see Adran goes, "They came in about a week ago. They're heading for the front lines. And unfortunately, it seems the front lines are closer than we fucking thought."
Yes, unfortunately, the front lines are coming to us.
Well, does the Duke know you're coming?
No. He also
No.
doesn't know quite yet that refugees from Midbrook are also coming.
All right. You go meet with the Duke. I will ready the people. Yeah! And you see he kind of turns and barrels back, and you see he looks at the guards and he says, I need more guards to the front gates, and I need more guards watching over the pass. Move to your positions. You know exactly what to do. I will not have anybody delay. Ride! Ride now! And you see they all kind of mount up on their horses and begin taking off. And you come to the front of this estate. It is a humble estate. It's not boasting with gold or any sort. It seems to be a 3-story building that is very nicely made, and it is elven architecture. As you see these stone pillars, 2 of them holding up the front door, and there are 2 large wooden doors with the symbol of a lion's helm in blue and white, which I don't know if I have to retcon that. That is the colors of Harmont, are blue and white, with the radiant sun over the top of this lion's head. And you guys see that as you approach the door, the guards kind of, and these doors open up. Okay. What would you guys like to do?
As these doors open up, I walk right in with a sense of urgency.
Okay.
I kind of just try to keep pace.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll still hold the back.
I hang back with Demir.
Okay.
Walking up with the rest of them.
Yeah. I just kind of look at Nico and say, just remember, this whole thing with bureaucratic stuff, it's best to just speak when spoken to.
Do I hear him say that?
You do.
You'll find that Duke Raye is a bit more palpable than your typical bureaucrat.
Oh, well that's a good sign.
He's a good man. He's stern, but he's a good man. He is loved by his people and by his court wizard.
And so I just look at him and I go, disregard.
So you guys get off of your horses and approach the steps.
Yeah.
Yes.
You enter into these large halls, and you see that there are a few figures that are standing, including one young man. It's kind of sitting there. He has curly blonde hair. He's kind of sitting there, and he's looking about. He seems to be human, about the age of 20. And he's just kind of, well, Duke, I do not know if this is going to be the right path that we take. I think that we should send word as much as we can, maybe reach out to Bespelmore and see if we can deal with that situation ourselves. I don't know if we need to be bothering King Galranon. You see, he goes, if I wanted your opinion, I would have given it to you, would I have not? You see, he goes, yes, my lord. And he sees the doors open up and he says, my lord, you have guests. And you see, he's kind of looking down at a map, his back face to you, and he goes, why does somebody come to my doors unannounced? Speak.
Oh, that's a strange way to welcome a friend.
You see his head looks forward. Tell me then, Waltz. How does one wish to die?
Oh, the old bastard of the house is going to kill me, is it?
Somebody has to. And you see he turns around and he says, you look like shit.
You look like shit that I've stepped in, so seems we're pretty par for the course, us old bastards, aren't we?
And you see the young mage, kind of dressed in these elaborate robes, looks at the Duke and he goes, oh, fuck off. And you see he goes, sorry. And he walks past and he goes, Waltz, it is good to see you again. I have kept well your library collection that you curated here at the villa. And he goes, get out, you fucking idiot. And you see he goes, I will speak to you later.
I just kind of just like chuckle and like nod at him.
And you hear from the top balcony 2 hands kind of placed on the rails. Well, well. If I'm not the back end of a fucked up donkey. And you see a knight in full Harmont armor walks down a long blue cape reaching down to the mid of his back. Walks down the steps. So Waltz. My uncle's right, you look like shit.
Ulrich, is that you? They let you wear the armor now. I'm surprised you fit in it with your little scrawny body.
I did grow up, you fucking asshole. You see he walks up and gives you a hug.
I hug him back.
In Auden Raye, you would see... sorry. Trying to find it. Duke Auden Raye is a tall human standing about 6'1", wears very elegant blue and white robes. He has a mid-length beard and deep brown eyes. You see he's an older man, probably in his late 50s, and he looks towards you all and he says, "You bring friends, yeah?"
Yes, these are my allies.
You didn't even have the courtesy to write or let me know.
Trust me, I tried. We're not here on a pleasant journey, I must say. Midbrook has fallen.
Close the doors. You see Sir Ulrich goes and closes the doors and stands behind you all. Everybody that is not necessary to me, leave this room immediately. You see a couple of the servants walk out the different doorways. What in the name of the gods are you speaking of?
The line has been crossed.
And these companions of yours, do they have tree sap in their mouth? Why do they not speak in my halls?
You'll have to excuse my friends. They're not used to this.
Lord, I'm Duke Auden.
Gilry,
I'm Duke Auden Raye.
it's nice to meet you.
Arden.
Nico.
These are my
Pleased to meet you.
companions. I trust them with my life.
Very well, then they will stay. You say Midbrook is in ashes.
Yes. It's only a matter of time before they come here. There was a cart, a weapons cart, littered with arrows, dead bodies.
On its way here.
My scouts picked it up about an hour before you arrived. All of the supplies were ransacked. The Galgilian horde alone, storming through the... It doesn't make any sense.
They're not alone.
Speak freely, Waltz. Speak
They've
freely.
They've enlisted goblins.
A lot of them.
Humans as well.
No, that is absurd. That cannot be the case.
We saw it.
Galgilian horde does not work with humans. That is absurd. I will not
Yeah,
have you
fought
spout
them.
lies to me.
Fought them. You'll see when the refugees get here.
Lord,
Refugees,
I speak-
Waltz.
I faced one. A berserker.
Continue.
It's bad. I know. I tried to reach out. Unfortunately, my scrying orb was one of the casualties of their invasion, but we do have refugees on the way. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of them.
You
They
hear
ran
from
through
behind.
us.
Continue. Go ahead.
We didn't even have a chance to defend ourselves. Women, children. The goblins moved first, and then they came. Brutal, but far more organized than I've ever seen them before. One must only expect that Duncaster would be next.
I fear you may be right, young Nico.
It's a good thing you have those soldiers camped outside.
You don't have useless people coming as refugees.
Tell me, do they fight battles? War? Or are they farmers? In innocence?
They are survivors.
You have the best
Survivors
doctor in the
are not
region
going-
coming.
You have to understand, doctors and survivors do not pick up swords in battle.
No,
What about
but they
your
know how to
soldiers that
pick up
get
a
injured?
bow.
My soldiers that get injured are brought back. They are healed. They are taken care of until they can fight again, or they are retired.
They can pick
I
up
cannot
bows.
expect to put innocent lives on the front lines. And you hear Sir Ulrich behind you says, "Let me ride to meet them."
Question for the DM: Would the Duke know who Audrey Gordonson is? Would he know or heard of him in any way?
Why would I just give you that?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
You've never
Okay.
met this Duke before.
Okay.
You can ask him.
Audrey Gordonson's coming.
This means nothing to me.
My lord, if I may. This enemy that is coming here. We did interrogate an orc. He did say that they
Right.
he did say that they only brought on the humans because they were fodder. They said something about they were already dying out, so might as well bring them on and allow them to die for them. There's desperation coming from the horde. Who may I ask? The men that are out there, who leads them?
My
Who
nephew,
where?
Sir Ulrich, leads the watch. You see, he says, "And as I said, let me ride to meet them. We can destroy them at the front line, not let them persist any longer. I will take the legions of men outside, and I will take half of the watch. The rest can stay here. You and the refugees head for Harmont."
They attacked us at night. What makes you think they'll meet you in battle?
You think
There's far
they are
too
the
many.
only ones who would attack at night?
It was a
If I
surprise
were the
attack.
arresting, I would cut their throats. I have seen them before. I have fought the Gargillian horde.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
You fought these berserkers before?
You have to find their throats to cut them.
You see, the Duke says, "Sir Ulrich has been tested, weighed and measured. I do not doubt him in battle, but
Neither do I.
I think we all would agree that we would rather die at the ripe old age of whatever we live to, with our bellies full of mead. Not on the battlefield, and certainly not in the ashes of Midbrook. No. Sir Ulrich, we must come up with a plan. The people are more important than battles waged. Would you not all agree? You come from destruction.
If I may, my
Speak.
compatriot Demir and I, we have a mission of utmost importance as well. We must deliver a parchment to the king as well. So we will not be staying.
Show it to me.
I'm under strict orders not to. I'm sorry.
You see, the Duke sits back.
My lord, you must understand. This came from sorry. It came from Sir Egerton.
Eghorn.
Eghorn, sorry.
No worries.
Came from Sir Eghorn. His wife somehow got this to one of our compatriots and told us to give this directly to the king. I myself, I don't know you, and please do not take this as any sort of disrespect, but I fear she may have been lost, and I wish
Show me
to...
the seal of the king.
And I pull it out, and I just show the seal.
That is all I need.
Thank you, my lord.
You think I would open up a letter to the king? I am a duke, not a fool.
As he says it, I kind of just go.
He says, forgive me, my lord. I do know those who are in power who... it's a trust for me. I do apologize.
I understand, but I am loyal to the king. He has shown himself worthy.
And I agree.
What happened to Sir Acorn?
The Horde got a hold of him before we could even see him. He left my stead prior.
So you do
The
not
day
know
prior.
what became of him.
He died. Just before
You
the
see-
city was attacked.
Demir, you hear this for the first time. You saw it.
I went back to the farm to grab Beardsley. It's there that we were attacked. There was a creature. A parasite of sort. That's not important. And then he died.
It was at the... Continue.
I haven't had a chance to mention it. I'm sorry. I didn't think it was important. I hadn't
alright.
gotten there yet.
It's alright.
Demir,
It's
I
been a
would
lot.
give the boy some grace. He is young, and he came from catastrophic tales. We have Lady Acorn.
You do?
What is left of her?
Is she breathing?
No, she is dead. My scouts found her 10 miles northwest of the pass.
I just bow my head.
You see Sir Ulrich goes, Knolls. They run through the Sordian Alps. Bandits, ravaging beasts. They have no hearts, no souls. They came upon her in the night. I don't know why she was traveling, but she seemed to have been wounded. She was easy prey.
She was trying to lead the Horde away from us.
A valiant effort she did.
I'm afraid it was of no use.
I would agree, Midbrook is still in ashes, is it not? Uncle, what would you have me do? I am at your stead. You see the Duke leaning over says, pack up the festival. We will not be having any celebration. Deliver whatever leftover goods we have, and as much as we can to Shanti. Leave it at the shrine. If gnolls or goblins take it while we are leaving, that is their bane. Make sure we evacuate everybody out of the Church of Lathander, get all of the ancient artifacts that we need. When your people arrive, we will be ready. We will make for Harmont Capital. I'm afraid if Midbrook is in ashes, Duncaster is next.
My unfortunate sentiments exactly. There's a lot of them, and I don't think even with a regiment garrisoned here, you don't have enough.
Thank you for taking on our people.
She looks at you and he says, we are all people of Harmont. Your brothers are my brothers. Your sisters are my sisters. I have made a lot of mistakes in my life. This is not one of them. I will lead our people to safety as best I can. So Ulrich, you and your men will guide them. As for you, you will rest here this evening. Enjoy your stay while you can. You leave in the morning.
Thank you.
Waltz.
Thank you.
Why the fuck did you leave me with this child?
Oh shit.
You
You
know
see,
very
he
much
stands-
well why I left.
You see, he stands up and he says, "Come. You will all stand by my side while I tell my people."
Very well.
You see, you all go into the town proper, him on his horse, and you see he is mounted in very pristine armor. No scratches. Beautiful. You see Sir Ulrich rides alongside you. And he goes up next to Nico and Demir. He says, "You fought valiantly if you made it here. The Gagillion Horde. They are not something to be taken lightly. You should lift your heads high. I know many a good soldier who faced them and did not have the same fate. Savrus was looking out for you both.
Let him be praised.
Hopefully the light of Lathander will rise the next morn. We will get a good stead. Get our bearings about us. Meet your people and ride. Under the order of my uncle, we will stay behind. Make sure you are not followed. Give you half a day's start." He trots around and you see all of the people are gathered in the town square proper. "I bring ill tidings to Duncaster. These brave men and elves, they ride from Midbrook as it lies in ashes." You hear everybody begins whispering. "But we do not live in fear. Not today. Our harvest was blessed. You all have coin. You all have supplies. We will take what we need from the keep. And we ride for Harmont proper. To the capital. To find refuge. I will be meeting with King Agawain. These are dark times. Warnings of the North. But we will be steadfast. We will ride together as one, protected. Look to your left and to your right. These are your people, your brothers, your sisters, your husbands, your sons, your daughters. We are one people. We will ride. Death does not fall unto Duncaster. Hope will rise again in the morning. That is all. You four, you five, are welcome to come back to the villa with me. Or you can stay and have a drink. Rest up as you can. I have many things to talk to you about, Waltz. Many things to talk to all of you about. Come to
As
me
do
when you're
I.
ready. And you see him and Sir Ulrich go out, and you see Adrian comes up to you and says, So it is true then? Men, goblins, orcs. Waltz, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Things like this rarely do, but it's unfortunately all true.
Well, I'm glad to see you, even if it is just for a moment.
It's good to be home, I will admit.
I'm going to get a drink.
I flip a few copper towards them. Make it a double on me.
I appreciate you. You guys have a moment of roleplay to yourself as you see the people are all kind of shaken.
I take this time to kind of just look at the party and say, I understand things are a little bit bleak right now. Take what time you have to get enjoyment out of what little offerings are still out and about from the Harvest Festival. There needs to be at least one moment of levity before we have to ride to Harmont. It can't all be doom and gloom.
I'd like to make my way back towards my horse, like I'd like to exit and make my way back towards my horse, and I'd like to let Demir know I'm going to be waiting at the edge of the city. I'm going to be waiting for Benjamin.
We're waiting for you.
Do you want to have a moment of roleplay where you talk to Demir?
On my way out, yes, I would.
Okay.
Yeah. Demir, if I may.
Yes. What is it?
Walk with me as I'm going to wait for Benjamin. He said he would meet us. Hopefully he gets here soon. I'm sorry about not letting you know about the Lord.
Don't worry about it. There has been a lot that's happened in the last 24 hours.
I really hope Beardsley makes it. I left him with...
He was our most orneriest goat. He's going to make it.
He was quite nice, and I think he would love the pastures here.
He would.
Also, I'm sorry for speaking up about the letter from the king.
Happens.
I just had a sense that we could trust him.
And I trust your judgment. Just speak to me before you do something like that again.
as he said
and
that,
I hit him on the shoulder.
I'd like to be like reaching in for a hug, like as he says that, and just like give him a hug really quickly, and be like, "Yeah, I'll do that," or not. What is it that you always said as I'm like getting onto my horse? Do and then ask forgiveness later, or something like that.
I have fucking said that, yes.
And I feel like you did. Anyway, I learned from the best, and then I want to ride off to.
You see a couple of the watchmen kind of ride next to you, and they say, "You keep watch with us tonight?"
Nah, my name's Nico.
Well met. They tell you their names as you guys ride towards the edge of town. What are the rest of you doing?
I look at Waltz and I say, do you know where the infirmary or hospital is here? I'm sure you do. I just kind of want to go stop in and let them know Doc's going to be here and just kind of give them some supplies if they need it.
Would I know where the infirmary is located in town?
It's not as much of an infirmary as it is just like clerics of the Church of Lathander would be in charge of healing and stuff. So there's kind of like a separate building connected to the church that houses the sick, almost like an infirmary.
I kind of just point him towards the church and I just say, look for the clerics there. They're the ones that'll be handling any healing. You'll find it's not quite like what you're used to in Midbrook.
Gotcha. Well, I just want to stop in, but I'll meet you back at the villa. Then I look at the. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, on your way back to the villa, meet me at the tavern.
It's good. And then I just look at the party and kind of just nod, and then just start walking towards church.
I ask Waltz, is there still a miners guild hall here?
We're not really much of a mining town here in Duncaster. We do have plenty of dwarves that like to make their evenings in the tavern. Whether there's a guild here, you're more than likely to find the miners there.
And I head there then. I want to see if anybody's heard from Ron.
You go to the tavern.
Yep.
Okay. And Maltz, what are you doing?
Demir, you took off, right?
No, I'd walk back up to you.
I look over to Demir and just say, "And you? Taking in the sights and sounds while you can?"
Yeah, I might go check out a shop or two. Grab some supplies. Harmont is still ways away, so.
That I will not argue with. You should go visit Conrad Featherfoot at his general store. He will have mostly everything you could want there.
Might take you up on that. Would you like a bottle of wine for the road?
No, I will stick to my usual method of pilfering the Duke's stores.
See if you can't get me any good ale while you're there.
Let me just say this: no one bats an eye when the court wizard Waltz is around.
Did you just...
You made a pun.
And I just look at him and I go, I don't know how Chauncey deals with you. And I just start making my way to Conrad's.
Okay. Martin, you reach the infirmary, and you can see that there is a half-elven woman there, and she seems to be taking care of, like, a small halfling girl as you enter into the infirmary proper.
I'll approach her,
Okay.
and I'll just say, excuse me.
I'm a bit busy right now. Can it wait?
Yeah.
She goes,
I'll just kind of...
"Now, stick out your tongue for me." You see, she goes, She goes, "Oh, it's just as I feared. A hag's curse!" And she begins tickling her. She goes, "Ah!" And just starts laughing. And she goes, "Get out of here, you're fine. And stop faking your sickness. Your mother's worried sick." She goes, "But I don't want to read." She goes, "You're going to have to learn how to read. Now get out of here." She goes, "Goodbye, Mindatis." And she goes, "Goodbye, love. What can I do for you?"
I'm from Midbrook. I worked at the infirmary there, so I just kind of wanted to... I could be of any use. Any help that you need?
What's your name?
Martin.
Martin. I'm Mindatis.
I'll shake her.
She shakes your hand. You see she has very fair complexion of skin, freckles along the face. You see she has hazel eyes and like brown hair that just kind of comes about to like her earlobe level. And it's just kind of mixed-matched cut. It's not just like straight across. It's just varying lengths. You see that she looks like she's been working for a bit. And she just kind of looks at you and says, "I think I have some use for you. Follow me. I need you to move these supplies. Put it onto the wagon."
Follow.
You begin helping her do that.
Cool.
And Dex, you go into the bar.
Yeah. That's where he said that any mining guild dwarves would be, and I'm concerned just with everything going on. I just want to know if anybody's heard from anybody, seeing if I see anybody familiar.
Okay, you open the door into the Cavalier. You see as you open it, there are large banisters of blue and white with the symbol of Harmont upon it. And you see that there are whole sections of this bar that are very intense-looking armors of knights. There are large lances that mount the walls and swords of the like. This is based off of King Agarwain's Tournament of Champions, a nightly tournament. And you see that it's just kind of all kept around. as you walk in.
I kind of scan the room, looking for these dwarves that Walt said would be here, and
Give me a perception check.
that is a 16.
16. You do see a couple of dwarves, and you see they have a leather armband all on their left arm, and it seems to be a symbol. You're not quite sure what it is yet. Give me a perception, or not a perception check, a history check.
Basically looking for the cross pickaxes. It's the symbol I'm trying to find on these guys. That was cocked, and my shit wasn't on. So history check, 16 again.
16.
15 plus 1.
These would be arm breakers, stonemasons from Goldspark in their guild. Those are the dwarves that you see. There are no other dwarves in the bar. You see there's about 6 of them.
I walk up to them and... How y'all doing?
You see one of them looks towards you and says, "Doing mighty fine. How are you?"
Doing... not doing...
Face cam, please.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Keep going.
I'd be lying if I said I was doing good. So,
Yeah, we heard that announcement out there.
yeah. Just a quick question. I show him my shoulder. I'm like, "You guys recognize my patch? Know anyone else that wears it?"
I haven't seen that patch in a long time.
How long?
Probably about... Gelder, what would you say? You see one of them looks up and goes, "Oh, no, about 8 months." Yes, 8 months sounds about right.
How are they doing?
Last time we checked, they were in the outreaches of Bespelmore, at the end of the Sordian Alps, down south, right before the peninsula.
I haven't seen him in about 5 years. So retired.
You retired?
Yeah, you know how it is. Once you're in a guild, you're always in a guild.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think, last time we, what was the pass that they were fond of? They, Dagar's Reach down the coast. They would take Dagar's Reach down to Bespelmore if they could. But, then you got the Sickle and Hatchet Guild, those farmers out there, good friendly folk. I know they took in a couple of those dwarves probably about 8 months ago. That was the last time we saw them when we were leaving Bespelmore proper.
They were all there. Though they were all safe.
Yeah, I think there was about...
There've been 4 of them. Good.
Yeah. One of them's Ron.
Ron Bottleback. Best man I ever met.
Well, not much of a man. Stands the stature of a dwarf.
You know what I mean.
Not often I see an elf that's into mining. What got you in?
Long story. I stole some food from Ron about, we'd say like 60 years ago.
There's 2 rules in life, brother. Don't stand behind an angry horse. And don't steal food from a dwarf.
Yeah, I learned that. Ron and Schmeldo kind of basically they gave me the 2-option deal. It's join up. They thought I was useful. I really wasn't at the time, or they would just fucking leave me for dead in the woods. So I just decided to not die, and I don't know. They became family. Still don't like Schmeldo very much, but the rest of them, they're good people.
Oh, yeah. They from Goldspark?
Yep.
Yeah. What was your name?
Well, my name's Dex. Dex Gilry.
Haggard.
Haggard, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna pull up a chair, drinks with y'all.
Sounds good. One headless rider over here. You see a woman goes, right away.
I pull up the chair and I pull out of the sack, my little sack I have, and I'm just all, yes, care for some jerky. I start just passing food out to everybody,
See,
making
they all-
myself.
They all take it and begin eating it, and he goes, much obliged. I really appreciate it. Rations run low sometimes, and it's nice to get some good meats.
Yeah, I try. Are you guys gonna be traveling with the group?
Yeah, we'll probably head off tonight.
All right. I was gonna ask you to do me a favor, but if you guys are leaving, so
Well, what's your favor, son?
I got a boy coming in with refugees.
What would you like us to do?
Just use someone to look after him. Make sure he's safe.
You see, they kind of look around and he goes,
He's useful.
think we could take one more? You see, Gelder kind of looks at him and goes, I think we can make it work. He goes, consider it done.
Reach my hand out and I'll shake his hand.
As your hands clasp together, we shift over to Demir. What are you doing?
I'm making my way to Conrad.
Okay. Perfect. You do so.
So what's the name of his store?
Conrad's Commodities. So you walk in. You walk into the shop and you see it is full of bright lanterns, full of vibrant colors and smells of rich mahogany teak wood and rich incense. He kind of walks out and you see this halfling that looks up on you and says, Friend, come on inside.
Demir. The name's Demir. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Conrad Featherfoot, how are you?
Well, if I said anything other than rather tired and rather run down, I'd be lying.
Says that I can understand. About to pack up my wares. Is there anything I can get you?
Yeah, well, so I'm needing to get some supplies. I don't know if you heard the Duke's decree, but I was one of the people who came from Middlebrook, and or Midbrook. Damn.
Yep, figure it out.
And we just got in and ran. After the few days, we're gonna need some supplies to make it to Harmont. So I was wondering if I could get some things, for my spells, some food, drink, and anything you might have to offer.
Absolutely, I have rations. For one day's rations, it's probably going to cost you about 3 silver pieces.
Okay.
So, depending on how much you want.
Let's see here. We'll go with 5.
All right. Just do the math.
Yeah. And then for...
He's got a lot of adventuring supplies that are just kind of laid around. He says, I have more in the back, too, if you need it.
Okay. Let me see here. So I'm gonna need some spell components. How much?
Spell components, not really a huge purveyor of them, but I can see what I've got. What are you looking for?
Let's see. Do you have a silver mirror?
Let me take a look. You see he kind of walks into the back. He's kind of... Oh! Got one. You see, he
Great.
has a small silver mirror that he kind of comes out. He says, "I'll run you about 3 gold pieces."
Okay. And you have any like scrap iron?
Scrap iron. I can see what I've got in the back. You might be better off looking at the blacksmith. He just does basic door hinges and the like. Might be able to
Gotcha.
pick something up from him for a couple of copper.
Gotcha. And what? And I mean, the less stuff you have to pack up, the better, right?
I think that would be
You
ideal.
have any-
Yeah.
You have anything interesting, my friend?
Anything interesting? Well, if you're looking for any sort of artisan's tools, I've got cartographer's tools, jeweler's tools, tinker's tools, herbalism kits, navigator's tools. Depends on what you're looking for.
How much for the cartographer tools?
That's probably going to cost you around 11 gold pieces.
11 gold pieces.
And make fair prices.
Okay.
Get that, I'll even throw in a 2-person tent.
Okay. Let's so what is that? 14 gold for everything? Plus the silver?
Sounds about right to me.
All right. Let's take it.
You get your wares.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll just make my way over to the blacksmith and grab a couple pieces of blank iron,
cost you 5 copper.
Call.
And we will go to Waltz. Or actually, we will do Waltz last. We'll go to Nico. Hold on. Hold on. As you are out in the forest at night, keeping watch. What are you doing?
I stepped off my horse and tied it to a rock, and I kind of stepped off to distance myself from the guards and found a nice clearing that kind of overlooks like the lower valley side and pastures, and I have like a good view of like the entrance into Duncaster, and I pull my cloak around me and I find a rock to kind of like sit on, and I cut a blade of grass and stick it in my teeth, and I sit there and I try to center myself. There's been a lot of negative energy around me for the past couple of days, and I'm trying to center myself and find that the light of Lathander within me, you know, expelling any evil like thoughts or elements in my mind as my spirit has been weighing heavy. And I sit there and I try to like focus on my breathing, and I reflect on the events of the past couple of days, thinking about the death and the carnage and the loved ones lost and the loved ones almost lost, and the lords in Beardsley.
Okay. You hear a voice call out to you from behind you. Hey! You want some company over there? You see, it's one of the watchmen.
There's a lot of room out here. Plenty of room for more than one person. Of course, you can join me.
So he kind of comes over and sits down. So he pulls out a pipe. He goes, Longbottom?
No, thank you.
Really takes the edge off. Where you from?
A long way from here.
Wonder what that's like. I've
Simple.
been living here my whole life. Seems strange. This is the first time I might get to Harmont. Sorry, I'm all fucked up. Rodaro.
Rodaro. Nice to meet you. I'm Nico.
Well met, Nico.
Well met.
You see, he's human, short black hair, like a little bit of a mustache, but it looks like it's not really growing in thick at all. You see, he's young, probably around 22, just kind of looking out into the night. Gets dark, man. Sometimes you just stare at it for so long. You know, you're just waiting for something to pop out. It just gets to you. It's just unnerving. You're just waiting.
Always just beyond.
You ever get the feeling that you're just staring out into it? And you're just hoping for the worst. Just to fucking get up. Some bad thoughts.
It's not the hoping for it. It's the realizing that it's actually there. And I want to look at him. It's the realization that just beyond the light and that shadow and that darkness, even if it's also familiar, there's something there. There's something lurking in the shadows. And whether it's there in person or just in the back of your mind, that makes it so, doesn't it? I mean, you live with the consequence.
Yeah, that's true. So he kind of looks out and he says, "There really men at Medbrook killing other men?"
I don't even know if you could call them men. But yes, they were there. And they were brutal.
How'd you get out?
I had some help from my friends. Can't get through life without friends. Hold them close. Celebrate the happy, mourn the sad. Having friends helps you through everything. I'm waiting for my friend right now.
Is that what we're staring in the dark for?
Well, that and, of course, the darkness just beyond the light. Whichever one comes first, they're both inevitable.
She puffs his pipe. Well, to the darkness beyond the light.
I'd like to take the the blade of grass from to the darkness beyond the light, and I want to toss it out into the
She just kinda
darkness. Yeah.
smacks the back, like right at the mid of your back. He goes, "Let me get back to watch." And you hear in your mind, "Just beyond the light."
I want to stiffen and move my neck.
I must say, you have such a way with words, Nico. You're going to get us very far. Very far indeed.
This we you talk about, and my eyes turn red. One might think you're getting a little too comfortable.
Oh, I'm just starting to make my home here.
Don't get too comfortable. Remember, the darkness just beyond the light And the friends. They're always inevitable. It wasn't a play on words. You know what Demir's willing to do to save me. I wouldn't get too used to this area, or this home as you call it.
You feel your body tightens. And your hand involuntarily clenches into a fist. We will see how fast his sword strikes, won't we? You're going to need me, Nico. You can't keep me in a cage forever. I am boundless. Enjoy the darkness, and you release.
Enjoy the darkness. And you say I'm the one that has a way with words?
And our view looms back over to the town proper, to Waltz. What are you doing?
At this point, I would probably say that I'm already back at the Duke's estate, and I'm in like the Duke's main like chamber with him.
Okay.
It was
You
a
see-
wonderful speech that you gave.
I would say you guys are outside on the second deck, so I don't have to change the music, but
Yeah.
kind of looking
Yeah.
out over the town proper. He says, "It's just fucking words, Waltz. It is just words."
Sometimes that's all that people need.
Do you think words can carry us through battle, through death?
Well, words carried me through your service, didn't they?
Yes, your silver tongue got you quite far indeed, didn't it? But I ask myself, Waltz, when I send them to battle, with my words in their mind, and they are struck down, spitting up their own blood, innocents caught in the road. How much weight do my words have then?
Maybe that's something you don't have to worry about. I found her book.
You see, he looks at you. Midbrook. Is that why?
It was there all along.
What did you learn?
I've learned her ways.
I warned you. Not many people are as close as we are, Waltz. Not many people of the crown would understand.
Sure, my friends wouldn't understand either. And at this moment, is there any bird or anything? I know it's late at night, but any bird or anything like flying by?
Give me a perception check.
21.
Damn.
You see that there is a raven perched not far from you in a tree.
If you will let me use it like this for only for this for like RP purposes, I would like to cast Mage Hand to project out to the bird and like crush it with the Mage Hand and pull it in.
It's less than 10 pounds. It does it.
I would like to open up the Mage Hand in front of me. I draw like a little symbol in the sky and I kind of just very lightly breathe life into this dead bird's body.
You see the Duke just looks at it. Who knows?
Small scale right now, but I'm learning.
No, Waltz. Who knows that you can do this?
You and I.
Let's keep it that way. You understand the punishment.
One that I willingly face if it means I get to see her again. Been a long time. 200 years is a long time.
Gods love you, Waltz, because it sure is hard to.
Oh, it certainly is good to be home, you old bastard.
A bastard I may be, but a duke I became. Come. Let us have a drink for old times.
Make it a stiff one.
You know I like to be stiff.
Oh,
You
God.
see he walks and opens the doors.
I kind of, as he says, I kind of just go like, and I turn and just follow him.
As you kind of turn, you hear him open it, and he goes, "A maiden in my chambers! Have her ready." And you're just kind of... and as you walk in, you see Sir Ulrich just kind of standing, like, in the, like, at the stairway. Not there, he didn't see anything, and he says, "It's good to see you again, Waltz. A sight for sore eyes."
Kind of just smile and look at him and say, "You've been practicing."
I've done what I can. I rode to battle last year. And I fought. We held them off at the mid-pass. They're strong, but they're not as strong as Azazel thinks they are.
They don't have the benefit of fighting Ulrich Raye, student of the Blade Song. They're not used to seeing the spell and sword.
Can you not just be happy for my success and not attribute it to you immediately?
Not once ever, no.
Come, we can't keep my uncle waiting. Let us get a drink.
I just chuckle and I follow.
And as you walk down the stairs, our view looms out into the night and zooms forward. Over Nico's shoulders. Nico, you're kind of looking out, and you stand as you see. I see you made it in one piece. And that is where we will end the session.
Yeah.
All right, we did it. We didn't go super far over. It's 10:05. We do a quick
We
roll
did.
Yeah.
Thorn, wrap
I
it
just
up.
want to point out, Trevor promised that we would not go later than 10, and we did, so he's a liar.
And I'm hurting. Whoever wants to go first, I'm going to put the theme music back on.
This entire fucking session is my rose. I fucking loved it. Every second of it. I don't have a thorn. I would say probably Waltz's his RP when it came to meeting with pretty much everybody from his past was probably my favorite, and then mine would be when I just because so for me it would be when I was apologizing to Dex, I think.
It was
Because-
really good.
It's something that it was just something that I because this is now twice, but like each session he's had an outburst that has a chance to divide the party, and it's something that he's realizing in himself, and it's something that he's wanting to change.
I love it. Who's
My
next?
rose. My rose is that it seems like we got our combat down, which is cool. Seems like things moved a lot more fluidly this time, which is nice. The RP moved really fluid. Combat moved really fluid. I don't have a thorn. this is like the most fun I've had playing D&D in a really long time. So it's hard to pick something out I don't like. It's great. Favorite part of someone else's role play. Yeah, it's gonna have to be. I loved Buddy's whole bit of running back, like with being the young scared kid running from the troll, just trying to wake us all up. That was that was just a good moment. I like that whole troll sequence. Favorite part of my role play was being able to talk that troll down, even though it didn't really
dope.
do much in the long run because they still fucking chased us. But wasn't trying to fight an ice troll in a 30-foot room. I'm a ranger, guys.
Yeah, it's a level 8.
Yeah, I'm a ranger. I'm not trying to fight something like that close to me. Like, so I was really glad I was able to do that. I thought that was really cool. And I also really liked the end there, passing off Caleb to another mining guild. I think that's he's always been interested in my past, and so I think it's cool that he's going to get introduced to a different band of dwarves that knows of my people too. So I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Love it.
My rose is, I think that our RP is just so goddamn. There's no complaints about the shit. Like, I have so much fun with this. This is the type of shit that I think people who are wanting to get into D&D, this is the type of shit that they imagine how fun it is. So,
I'm gonna cry.
that shit, yeah, I don't know. I was looking forward to this all week. It did not let down. I don't have a thorn. Favorite part of someone else's roleplay. I gotta say, Brad, just the way that you interacted with the other dwarfs and also talking down the troll. And then, Mike, you are playing Waltz so fucking good, dude. So, props. And then, favorite part of my roleplay, I feel like Martin is kind of just like the guy that's like, alright guys, calm the fuck down. It doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, and that's how I want him to be. So I think that I'm kind of getting into that persona pretty well. And just kind of like, not being nonchalant, but being like dissociated in not a bad way.
Yeah. Love it.
For me, my favorite part of somebody else's roleplay, I'm loving Demir's dynamic in the party of like trying to take that leadership role, but then realizing that like he can't over talk the other voices in the group is like very different for a paladin, which is like a natural born leader. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to be that leader, but he's also trying to make sure that the voices of like everyone else is like heard. And then hearing the moment, like obviously like I wasn't there, but like just like for my character and how we're like building our like relationship and hearing it like that boy means a lot to me was just like I don't know, I loved that shit. I have one thorn in this entire session, and it actually involves Michael, Martin's character, Franny. I want more Martin. I feel like as a doctor, you do need to have more of a voice, like
Medical assistant.
Yeah. Medical assistant. Like I feel like you would have more. Like we would defer to you more. And I do want to open up more role play for you. And I feel like there were times that we talked over you, so that's my thorn, and it's our bad.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I do have a thorn.
Okay, I was on a roll.
Martin didn't get credit for trying to stop the poison in Caleb. Demir got all the credit because he's the one that healed him. Fuck you.
You know what? Yep, I feel like a jackass. My thorn is that I stuttered at the beginning like a dumbass. So
My thorn is Brad. Let's go.
I haven't kicked the shit out of Michael character
But
yet.
like in a good way, like I do like we had really good roleplay last session, and I want to have more roleplay with your like character. So like I want to like engage you. So that's like on me for not really like
All good, bro.
stepping out to like include you more. I'm liking Nico, and like how I'm kind of
Yeah,
bouncing
me too.
between people. I loved how after Brad's like interaction with like reading the book, like I'm wanting to learn how to speak Dwarvish. Like I felt like that like whole like the innocence of like my character like wanting to like step into that was really great. So that's the best part of my roleplay for me personally. I have a lot of roses, so I'm just gonna kind of rattle them real quick and just.
That was one of my favorite moments too. Was
It was
the
good.
Trevor, can I make one retcon? Can I say calligrapher's tools and not cartographers?
Yeah, absolutely. It's same price.
Knowing that like we are like as players heavily relying on like we know our sheets well and like we're like really rolling with the like we know our combat and we move through it so fluidly, but like knowing that that's not the only thing to rely on was like the best feeling in this session. Where like any novice player or like even like fighting the urge to like engage in that fight with the troll is like such a trap that a lot of players feel. But knowing that, hey, we have a strength here that is thinking outside of the box that allowed us to like sidestep that whole combat and like really like grow as characters and open up that really awesome roleplay. One, for Martin to play his character is like sliding into the rogue feature. Like I took my place on the wall. Like he knew exactly where to go. Like everyone knew like that whole element. Like we were ready for the combat, but knowing like, hey, the time for combat wasn't now, and then you stepping into that role of talking to the troll, and then leading for the whole like Demir being like, but he attacked one of us. Like that would never have happened if we had just went straight into combat.
Yeah.
And that's 2 times that we've like, well, for me personally, I've stepped away from combat. Last session, I stepped away from combat with Benjamin's character when he was fighting in the bakery. So knowing that combat isn't necessarily the only option is like really awesome, and really I feel like growing us as players. This is the peak of our character development. Like we are like, I haven't seen any of us role play or like act or play D&D this well. And I've played D&D with you guys for a really long time. This is the most, like I was telling Trevor, I was like, this is the most D&D feeling session we've ever played. D&D, and props to you, Trevor, for building this beautiful world for us to play. We're 2 sessions in, and this is already my favorite like campaign that we've done. I am truthfully just blown away. Like this is like honestly so fun. Like Bernie said, like I did not disappoint. I've been looking forward to this. I needed this. Like this is truthfully like amazing. So yeah, no, that's my roast. Sorry, long-winded. Passing up to Mike.
Sa.
Zah.
My rose is this pizza.
Fuck the session, dude. This pizza.
Yeah, D&D. More like Pizza, baby. Let's fucking go. Rose, this shit tonight. Fuck, this was the shit, dude. This shit banged. I love it.
Bussin'.
This session was fucking bussin', dude.
Oh my god.
My lord, D&D tonight was unequivocally fucking bussin'.
Oh my god.
Thorn. There's not one. This was great. You know what? No, my thorn is Brad again. Thorn is Brad.
It's just like,
I'll take it.
This
Yeah.
on is just Brad.
I love it.
Favorite part of my role play was the very end, like with the interaction with the Duke, because that has some implications for how shit's gonna go.
Yeah,
down the
I'm
line.
fucking excited, dude. I want to know I want that.
Give it to me.
I even sent you a little messagey poo about it, Trevor, in Discord. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's my favorite part of my role play. Favorite part of someone else's role play. I just think, in general, the whole troll sequence was sick. From Buddy taking a piss to being like, "Fuck!" like fucking screaming his ass off because a fucking troll was coming. That whole session was fucking Brad talking it down. That little like slight beef between Demir, myself, and Rex. How we're just like at Dex, we're just like, "Yo, dude, it's fine. Everything's fine." And then Demir being like, No, it ain't.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. No!
Get the divine smite the fucking troll. It's not alright.
Yeah, I think that shit was sick. I had a fucking blast tonight, baby.
Dude, it was
Yeah,
sick.
same.
One
Okay,
more thing.
Roses.
I'm gonna interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
One other huge rose. Guys, we gained like 5 followers tonight. Like subs.
Yeah.
We crossed the 50 mark.
Hey,
We are at 51 subs. We are positive 50, baby.
Hell yeah.
You guys are insane. Thank you guys so much for fucking rocking with us tonight. You guys are insane. Like, 51 subs. We didn't drop below 9 viewers the whole night, which is like, we're just happy that 2 people want to watch us. That isn't the fucking party. You know what I mean? Like, you guys are fucking beautiful. 51 subs, and it's been 2 sessions. Fucking nuts. Thank you guys so fucking much, Trevor. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're totally fine. My rose is I fucking love this world. I love everything that I've worked on. And also it's not just me, it's you guys. I mean, my world's one thing, but the characters that make the world are brought to life by you all. So, I mean, I've got 4 campaigns now in this setting, and every session I have with it, it just gets flushed out more and more and more, and it just feels so alive that, like, it's impossible for me to not bring, like, so much to it. I also think the alternate Saturdays, oh my god, it's the way to do this campaign. We have 2 weeks basically in between sessions due to it being on a Saturday where we can literally just sit and talk and bounce things off one another and really flesh out a good session. So I'm blessed. I'm blessed as a dungeon master to have great players in all my sessions. And you guys, your roleplay tonight was just out of the park. It was fantastic. My rose for each of you, Waltz, your interaction with the Duke Auden Raye is so fun to play. The people of Duncaster and the world building of Duncaster has just been a rose to me. So I was very happy that we got to see it through and get some world building in and see it come to life a little bit. That was a good time. The resurrection or the animate dead of this bird was very interesting to say the least. So yeah, love that. My rose for Demir is the fact that you are playing a character that is not perfect. I think a lot of times people get into D&D and they want to play a character that, yeah, we have flaws, but sometimes people just forget about their flaws. And I'm not talking about like the mechanical flaws in the character sheet. I'm talking about remembering you as a character and the reason why he's set on the path that he is. And understanding what makes him tick, what makes him worried, what he's concerned about, and really bringing that to life. I think you're doing fantastic. Dex, I think going out of your way, reading the book in Dwarvish, wanting to teach Nico, that is absolutely possible. In a couple of downtime sessions, you can teach him to be pretty fluent in Dwarvish, and you can gain that as a language. I don't see any reason why that would be an issue for any D&D session.
That show was so sick.
I think it gives a lot of character to the downtime activities, which I have a whole lot of stuff to flesh out for that. So I'm very excited for that. I also think talking down the troll, come on, dude.
It's fucking
Hats
sick.
off. It's incredible. Especially
I heard you say he was talking in Giant, and I looked at my sheet, and I'm all, I fucking picked Giant.
yeah.
Like, I was like, I fucking picked Giant. Let's fucking go. Like,
It also makes sense that some dwarves or whatever could speak giant in case they run into, fire giants or stone giants in mountains and are like, okay, we actually have some diplomacy here. So it definitely fits with the character, and it was fantastic.
Sam likes your mustache, Trevor. She just texted me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Does look good.
For a while, it was feel mighty unsure.
Boys, mustache session in 2 weeks. All of us with just mustaches.
Let's
do it.
go.
I can't.
Mustache session next week when we see each other.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
No, he said 2
that.
weeks.
I'm talking about on the stream, but I mean, I'll have the mustache for next
Yeah,
week.
I gotta
Yeah.
keep this. My neck looks like a ball sack.
No. Your neck looks beautiful.
Okay, let me do this. Martin, I think just reading in your medical journals and stuff, and being able for me to like flex that muscle in D&D and kind of keep medical terminology and stuff, like I still, when I think about stuff for your character, I'm still flipping through, like I'm not even going through a D&D book, I'm going through my medic journals, and I'm like, okay, like what could I do? So like I'm going to have that on the side whenever you're reading books or going to libraries and finding books on these things. I can be like, oh, this, and it just so happens, you learn about the hemothorax and then the dart straight to the area which it would have affected.
That was good.
That shit was so cool.
And that could have been a case where somebody goes, hey, we don't know if he's going to get up, and Martin's just riding forward, and he goes, he's not getting up, like, because he would just know medically, like he's drowning in his own blood. So just fleshing out Martin and just the little, behind the scenes stuff about what Martin is capable of. I'm very excited. There's a lot of roleplay coming, and I think Buddy kind of hitting that on his thorn and saying, I want to get more roleplay with you. I think that's always a good thorn to have of, hey man, I just want my character and your character to have some roleplay, and now we have 2 weeks to flesh out, hey, what can I talk about with him? What could I do with this? And so it's really good, but I'm looking forward to seeing Martin shine. And he played that rogue perfectly. Hiding up against the wall, slashing, dipping underneath, and jumping up to the other side. Very, very cool move. My rose for Nico is, I think Buddy is staying true to being a young kid. He's like, yeah, man, I wander about 150 feet. I go take a piss. Because it's like, okay, we saw a deer in here. Like, what's the big deal? And as he's taking a piss, seeing this ice troll crawl out from this hole and start eating into this deer and being like, I think I might be fucked right now. And then running back and getting hit, and the whole time just being like, I had to use my disadvantage point and roll that d6, and it just missed him on the first attack. So it was very close. But yeah, it was very cool to see Nico come into that. And also the last scene of Nico's roleplay. There's a lot of cool things that you all know about one another being, close for the last few years, but there's still room for those secrets. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they come to fruition. I believe, did I do everybody? I think that was it. My favorite part of my own roleplay, I love Duke Auden Raye, because as Walt's warned you about, he's not like the, bureaucratic Duke that you're thinking. This is a man who cares about his people. He cares about what he's doing, and I think you can feel that in the weight in his words when he talks to everybody, and the fact that he's concerned. He did not want his nephew to, ride into battle to prove something. What he wants is he wants the best for his people. So it's not about glory. It's not about battle. It's a fact of, we're a farming community. We are farmers. I'm not going to have them pick up swords. These people are hardworking people, but they are not soldiers. And it's not the fact that they can't fight. It's the fact of, I don't want them to fight, because that shouldn't be their place. They should be content and they should be safe. And that is my job as a Duke. And then the interaction kind of with the letter, I think was a big rose for me as well with all of you, where you went, my lord, I'm sorry, but I can't trust you to see the letter. And he's like, let me at least see the seal. You showed it, and he's like, well, I want to be secret about it. And he goes, I'm a Duke, I'm not a fool. I understand. You don't have to apologize to me. I get it. I'm not one of these Dukes that's rich with power. I'm a man of the people. I understand. And I understand that this has to get to the king. And this is his goal. This is his new goal, is to get his people to safety. So yeah, I really enjoyed Duke Auden Raye. He's a fun character. And I fucking had a blast. My thorn is that I have to wait 2 weeks. Yeah. That is my thorn. But on that note, I just want to say to chat, thank you so much for hanging out with us. You all have been amazing. There were so many crits rolled tonight, so many disadvantages given to yours truly. So I want to thank you all for that, Granger. It means a lot. But it means the world to me that people are interested in this and are checking us out, because we love this. We love playing D&D, and we like crafting a story. And if there's one tip I can give anybody watching that's DMing or wants to DM, it's not players versus the DM. It is the DM and the players crafting a story together, and that's the most important part. I'm not worried about them getting into combat every session. I'm not worried about that happening. They are characters in this world, and they need to figure things out for themselves, and I think they're doing a fantastic job. So with that being said, thank you for adventuring with us tonight. We will see you not this next Saturday, but the Saturday after that. Until then, I'm Trevor from Dungeon Hunters. This is my party, Crunk and Brawls.
Crunk
Crunk
and
and
Brawls.
Brawls.
Baby.
Baby.